Hello, and welcome back to the Oceania 7K World Cup 2025. We have one more thing to do this weekend, and that is indeed to show you guys the next map pool, which is set to be for the finals weekend. I am Sergio85, and joining me in the booth is one of our esteemed map pool selectors, Tails. How are you
Hello
doing?
everyone. So excited. We've done this week was really intense. We had some really close matches. None of them quite went to tiebreaker, but we were so close. And the difficulty this week, we're gonna go up once again. We are gonna have new bracket, and we're gonna have two new picks. So we're gonna have the EX maps that will come in later. I'll talk about them as we get to them. And we'll have a new rice pick and a new longbow pick. So excited to see.
Yeah, definitely an expanded pool, and the expansion is because the matches will be going at a best of 13 format as tradition calls for these later stages. As for the later stages in this tournament. But anyways, we won't hold you guys any longer because let's begin the proceedings. First with our primary speed pick, we have Cranky's Into the Unknown, a chart by Yi. And what a pretty intense chart to already start this pool.
There is a place.
Yeah, this one, we're going back to the dump pick here, dump style
History.
that we had from some of the earlier weeks. And this one is just really intense. We're gonna see 1/8 streams, but also going up to 110 streams in the main sections, as well as some 112 bursts. This map is just super fast.
And as far as I know, if my math is correct, lots of the streams here would be clocking at around 240, 250 BPM. And the amount of finger control that you actually need in order to not play the patterns in a messy pattern is pretty immense. You do get a few breaks in between these intense sections, but you'll just have to try and take advantage of these. Try to get your accuracy up as much as possible because the notes will continue to fall.
Yeah, these streams are no joke. These are super hard. Almost, I think I want to say this is one of the harder picks in the rice pool, definitely for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely a little bit of a step up from what was here last year.
And more of these streams, really. If your hands aren't destroyed at this point, this might just end you. And we're not even in the grand finals. And you're just being thrown in the deep end already.
Yep. Here we go. Going into the last stream here.
Also,
Just
just a
more of
note.
the same.
Just a note. 6.3 stars, quote
Yep.
unquote.
Just 6 star mount.
And it's 148 BPM. Shouldn't be too bad.
And I know we just got started with the pool, but I'm gonna have to send you over to a video already. And that was Nightmare Invitation. I want to give a big thanks to Ebimayo for making the song here. And I want to give some special shout outs to some of the people involved. We got an illustrator, Alpha Trum. So, super cool illustration here. And we got some graphic design here by Polytetral, as well as some video design coordination here by Sakura006. This was mapped by Blocko, and this was fast codes, oh no, dense code stream pick. And it already has a full spread, so if you want to play it, you can once it gets uploaded here in a moment. Super excited about that.
Yeah, and full spreads in these originals are something of a welcome development, really. But anyways, talking about the chart, I immediately took note of the ending. Like, I'm pretty sure I just saw one-handed chord drills that go from left hand to the right hand and the other way around. Definitely something I'd call an anti-mirror pattern. Like, you won't be able to avoid that pattern at all.
Yeah, this map was very intense. In general, that's the dense code stream pick. But I think it's time we get into Rise Free. This is gonna be Last Fireworks by Kota Imafuku. And this is mapped by PWHK, and this is our code stream pick. It's gonna be 8 BP. Oh, code draft. I'm just reading off names today.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It happens to the best of us.
It's gonna be an 8 BPM increase. And the first half is gonna be a little bit lighter than the second half. We're gonna have these big chords here in the middle, and quite a long break here before we really get into it. But once it gets into the second half, it's gonna be really intense.
One thing you notice immediately at the beginning of the chart, there's not much anchor action. Like, you get a few, like 3-4 note sequences, but not in terms of long anchors, like what you'd expect from the previous picks, especially from We Are Electric. Like, there were a ton of anchors, anchored chord jacks from the previous pick.
Yeah, this definitely is more gonna be focused on just the general speed of the pick being quite high and some big chords going in here. Not too much on the anchors this week. So we're not gonna see too much of the long jacks in this map. Here we go. Getting into the second half here.
Oh, this transition is so hard.
Yeah, there's some really tricky bursts in this map, so it's gonna be exciting to see how players are gonna be doing on those.
Yeah, they look like brackets, but you still have to do jackhammer movements with those. Like, they're not easy to. That movement is not easy to pull off at all. Like, normally when you do brackets, you usually hope that they're like what, around 20 BPM faster than this, so that they can do a more smooth movement. But this time around, you still have to bounce your fingers off the keyboard in a way.
Yeah, definitely very tricky. And we're gonna get to the ending here. It's gonna get a little bit more intense. You see the density slightly increase here.
Yeah, some really big chords. So that's our chord jack pick.
Yeah. Next up, here we have our Rise 4. This is gonna be Async by Cola. This is our Rise Tech pick this pull by Taba 2. We're really gonna get into some crazy Rise Tech now. We're gonna see these grace notes everywhere, pretty much. And mini jacks all over.
Like, is this pick like we're getting to that territory of it seems like the music was composed after seeing the chart? Like, are we getting into that territory of technical picks now?
Definitely. We can see here already. We're getting into this first section here where we have these tricky grace notes here, as well as all of these mini jacks coming up here.
These are some wacky note placements.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna be tricky. Something to note is that it's gonna have that little bit of a stop and go movement for the first half here, we've been kind of seeing. So you're gonna have to like stop playing and then get back into it a lot. But the second half is gonna be a little bit more consistent.
Also, are there any BPM changes in the song? Like, it seems like that was a short speed up section.
No, there are no BPM changes in this one.
Also, noodles in my rice pick.
Yeah, how dare they?
Yeah, that's had to happen. Okay, so here
Here we
comes.
go.
Oh, that's. This stream is. That's disgusting.
Yeah, the sending is very tricky. And there we go.
That is our technical pick for this pool. And now, for our next chart, we have a special reminder for the audience. This is a daily reminder that Blocko is the ETest ET to every ET. Praise the ET Blocko every day. Presenting to you our rice consistency pick. Yeah, this is the next chart. Akiri's Blocko ET featuring Jin Jin. This is quite a fun one. Being a rice consistency pick, this is the new category for the rice, right?
Yeah. It's gonna be quite a long song here. It's gonna have 4 minutes. It's gonna be a little bit easier than the other maps, but it's gonna be longer, and then it's gonna have a bunch of consistency. You know, you're gonna have to be consistent on this, so we're gonna get into quite a few actual tech sections, but a bunch of chord stream later on, as well as a few jacks. So it has a little bit of everything here. But starting out here, we do have a little introduction here before we get into some of the tech sections.
So technically, this does replace the next mixed rice category, but if you think about it, this is a mixed rice chart through and through. This is just more oriented really towards those people who would want to sharpshoot their accuracy if us plebes could even call this an accuracy chart.
Yeah, the first half is definitely gonna be a little bit harder to accuracy with all these bursts here, and just rolls in general. The second half of the song is gonna be a little bit more just simple structure at least. Here we go, getting into a little bit of chord stream here.
Yeah, but the chord stream is pretty like it's already dense, and then you're suddenly being demanded to also do some of these mini jacks that are pretty intrusive if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, the mini jacks are definitely here to throw you off and see if you're still paying attention, because if you're not, you will miss them.
Yeah, those are so hard to see. Like, you already have a lot of notes to really read through, and then suddenly like, you see mini jacks and they're placed in what columns that. Wait. Okay, let me carry on. Now, like the mini jacks are placed on columns that are not even the most comfortable relative to the other patterns.
Yeah, we did have a little break there, so you know there's a moment to take a little bit of a rest, but we're already back into it once again with some more of these bursts.
Yeah, well, also the break section quite fitting as well, like just giving you a reminder about the ETS ET of them all.
And now we're gonna get into the main drop here.
Oh, this transition is so hard already.
And we're getting into more of this court stream, but there are some mini jacks involved here and a few small bursts here. But main thing is definitely gonna be this dense court stream here.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the mini jacks are really placed in columns that are not the most comfortable to deal with.
And getting into some little bit of a tricky section here, almost like grace notes, but they're a little bit too slow to be grace notes, so gonna have to play those as like fast small streams.
Yeah, they're pretty much a sweeping patterns, really. All the like at least some people might treat them as a break, especially with how stamina intensive the brackets have been throughout this entire chart. The chord stream is like what? I just realized a 200 BPM bracket stream. Like that's what it essentially is.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite tricky. But that was it for our Rise 5. So let's get into Rise 6. And this is gonna be Oxalis by Volpis Kado. This is a map by Xneko. This is gonna be a fast code stream pick. And it's really gonna be fast. We're gonna increase the BPM by 30 this round. So we're up to 252 BPM. This is gonna be a lighter code stream too. So yeah, very exciting.
If I remember correctly, this is a 30 BPM jump from our previous fast chord stream pick.
Yeah, we are gonna have there are gonna be a few jacks in here, so watch out for those. But it's definitely gonna be more all about the code stream, and it's also gonna be quite long at 3 minutes. So we'll have to see how stamina is gonna hold out.
And that's already considering the rest of the pool is pretty stamina draining already. Definitely, though it does look like this does have the lighter patterning, at least to compensate with the speed, with the length of the chart as well. Like this is this relatively calmer section, if you could call it that.
Yeah, it does have some calmer sections, but they're still pretty intense because it's not really slow either. These jacks are still gonna be a little bit fast. And here we are into the main section. See these fast streams. Once again, it's not gonna be much more than double streams at much ever. So not trying to make them the same as the dense core stream, of course.
Yeah, that would be. Hey, what level is 252 BPM bracket streaming? Like, imagine that.
That would be insane.
I'm pretty sure that's
But
even
yeah.
beyond grand finals.
But we are gonna see this map having these back and forth streams quite a lot here. Fast patterns.
Like right now, I've been focusing a lot of my attention really on the stairs, as you've mentioned. They stand out for the most part.
Yeah, definitely it's gonna be very focused on those, if you can hit them or not. But they're also not gonna be super intrusive, because no. the density overall is kinda low otherwise, so you're gonna have time to focus on the stair patterns here at least. We go to the ending. One last stream.
Considerable increase in density for this final section.
Yeah, we'll increase for the ending.
And that is the last of the regular rice picks. There is one more rice pick remaining in the pool, but that belongs in the EAX pool, as far as I remember.
Yeah.
But anyways, now let's shift our focus to the noodles. For this week, we have Sayuri, My First Story, Rene, a cut version, shorted by our beloved EX Neko. And this, again, is by virtue of being LN1, this is our primary inverse pick. and considerable increase in density. Like this is essentially an inverted chord stream chart for the most part.
Yeah, this is definitely one of if we're really gonna step it up here. Uh, it's gonna have a bit of chord jack kind of feel to it for some sections, but it has a lot of streams here as well. And it's 3 minutes, so it's gonna be just really tricky for the players to like keep their focus on, I think.
And now here we go with the densest part of this chart. Like lots of bursty, broken streams for the most part. Like this is pretty much unlike what we had from last weekend, where from the previous pool, where it's essentially an inverted single stream. Now we're going into the deep end. Like this is essentially a chord stream chart inverted.
Yeah, but no, this map isn't really gonna have too much of a break. You're just gonna have to keep going. It's gonna keep going with these streams. Always gonna have to hold down something, especially here.
Now that we're in a relatively calmer section of the song, I might as well have to mention, considering what happened over the past year. We just like to give our appreciation to the vocalist of this song, and I'm pretty sure those who know will know what they mean by this. Our tribute goes to the late Sayuri.
Yeah. We're gonna continue here. These big sweeps we're gonna have here for this section. Super tricky to hit all of these.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering, like, why is this still a full combo? I mean, yeah.
Chiwi was just too powerful.
I just remember, like, I just remember looking at the polling server, like, when you guys were collecting replays. I just remember Chibi was saying, like, I really tried to FC something. Was this one of those charts?
Don't think so, but he did FC it. He might have.
Yeah, he might have. But I just remember Chibi mentioned that one of the charts have been giving him trouble with the FC. But as it stands, like, this one seems like it isn't. And what is that transition? Like, just a really fast stairs. O2 jammers, please correct me, this is already considered like what, 32, 64-bit patterning?
Very, very tricky inverse map here. Let's get into Rise 2. This is gonna be Divinity short version by you. This is a map by Lung P. And we're gonna have a 10 BPM increase for this round's long note density pick. Not only that, it's gonna be really consistent. This one barely has any breaks. Once it really gets started, it just goes.
There's also this pretty intense coordination section already. If just to make the intro more hard, and now here comes the density. Here comes like these pretty fast streams, some reverse field usages as well.
Yeah, you're gonna see there are shields. They're gonna be in here, but no shields for the most part. So those are not gonna be the focus of this map. Here we go. Just the density is so intense.
Yeah, they're like, I could definitely see the rise here. Like they're just there for the percussion rate, really. Aside from the fact that it does add to the difficulty, like there's a lot of holds that you have to negotiate. Now here's the break section, which
the tiny little break that you're gonna get.
But they shorted the reverse shield as well. Like this is not this is something you don't want to turn off your brain. You don't want to turn off your brain here.
Yeah. We're gonna get straight back into the density here for the rest of the map. I think this one is gonna be quite stamina intensive. because of has the stream sections are gonna be quite long, so it's gonna be pretty intense. Even though it's not like a super long song by comparison to some of the others, just the intensity of these streams. Yeah.
Yeah, some of these already get into inverse territory as well. Like a lot of the patterns really, like such is a density really of this chart.
Yeah, a little bit of a crossover, but the inverse pick is gonna have a little bit of a different focus, of course, than just being
Yeah.
dense. It's gonna have quite the tricky patterns as well.
Like it really is just like saddling at that point. Like
Yeah.
obviously this one is more reliant on your streaming ability for the most part. The other one is just most of your reading and just pattern recognition at that point.
But next up, we have the new category of the week. It's gonna be long note consistency. Take a look. And that was Cutting Edge Insane Artifact by Marmalade Butcher. Thank you, Marmalade Butcher, for this one. This is gonna be the first of 5 songs Marmalade Butcher is gonna be doing this year. Excited to see what it's gonna be in the other World Cups. This was super exciting. I want to give some shoutouts here for some of the people being involved. We have photography by Amphi, as well as some graphic design by Fanfulu, and video and design coordination by Sakura006. This map was made by Lung P and Muses. Very exciting to see how people are gonna do on this long note consistency pick.
Pretty notable patterns at the final final quarter of the chart. Like we've seen some really intense inverse usages there. Like O2 Jammers, please correct me. Those are 32-bit patterns as well. Like a lot of demanding. Like lots of this charts pattern really demands a ton of coordination for the most part. Like and the density as well. Like you have to keep up with. You just have to keep up with everything. This is a fairly fast chart as well.
Yeah. Very exciting to see this one in the polls. I think it'll be played quite a bit.
This might be one of the favored picks if you're a noodle team, especially with the fact that like I mentioned this like while the VTR was playing, the vibe of this chart feels like those classic old charts of just full anime songs being just charted with an L and dump. Like this is the same vibe as that. Like I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a fun one to see for the most part.
And there we go. Let's get into the next pick. Long note 4. This is gonna be Agony Cut version by Toko. Our long note coordination. This one, very difficult. Okay, I'm just gonna say this.
Oh man, I
Definitely one of the harder picks.
Yeah, I gave this a try. Even on halftime, this is scary. Okay, first things first, I mentioned anime song stuff. Well, now you have an anime song in the pool.
Yeah.
We're
gonna have. You're gonna see a lot of shields in this map, and a lot of multiple shields in a row on one hand, which is gonna be super tricky. And you know, the BPM is nothing to be scoffed at. We're 132. These jacks are gonna be really fast.
Did I just see a vocal dump reverse shield?
But yeah.
I hope my eyes did not deceive me. Like vocal dump reverse shield. Those words to describe a pattern do not belong in the same sentence. Okay.
Very exciting to see how players will do on this. This is definitely, I think, outside of the EX picks, this is definitely the harder one for sure.
I mean, depending on the reception of the players here, I'm gonna expect that this may be called an EX4 for some of these teams.
We saw the bunch of these shields on one hand, swapping hands, so you can't even use mirror for them. And we're gonna get into the ending, yeah? The ending is gonna have a little bit of slightly extended long notes, so you're gonna have these super short long notes in here as well.
There is an overlap with a lot of these picks with LN1 in a way, but again, like the focus is really different. LN1 is more on reading. This one is just decide to destroy your fingers for the most part.
Yeah, definitely not very friendly to play for the hands. Gonna get into the ending here.
Like even just watching this already makes my hands hurt.
I should mention this is kind of a big of a collab here. This is by X Neko, Kobe, Yi, and Paul Kappa, yeah. So
Yeah, that a group effort for this chart.
yeah.
Now, now we're done with the rice and the LNs. Now let's time to mix them all together for our hybrid picks. First things first, we have 5 kilobyte versus Raphael Totsukano Tsurugi. A chart by Critical Star, and the charter should already intimidate everyone here. Like, this is a fairly fast song, clocking it at around 212 BPM on average. Like, this is a more intense Foxglove, patterning wise.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna get more into this just being more intense, but there are some really tricky patterns in here, at least for generic hybrid. We're gonna see them coming up here soon as well. We're gonna see this section here with the break with all of these grace notes. So the break section is very difficult in this map.
This is not a break section. This is a combo break section.
The combo break section, yeah.
And what is that double stare? That, ladies and gentlemen, is biblically accurate double stare.
Yeah. But now we're gonna go back into it. Gonna start picking up again. Getting into big rice section here.
These are some big chords at a very fast pace as well.
Yeah, very very fast, but not too tricky patterns this time at least. Until now, at least.
Okay. Now, these are some pretty intrusive DAC usage in that stream. Now we have Avril mini version.
Getting into the final chorus of the song. We're gonna have some big long note stream here, as they usually do for the generic hybrid here.
Like the short lens here even act like rice pretty much. Like at this BPM, like the amount of control you need to be able to time the releases. Like yeah, sure, the timing window for the releases are
Also that.
yeah, like surely there'll be misses at the very end.
Definitely a tricky pick. But let's move on to a hybrid 2. This is gonna be Horizon Blue featuring Katana and Biolabics. And this is gonna be very difficult as well, of course. As is the usual for the technical hybrid, we're gonna have a lot of super tricky patterns to accuracy. We're gonna see some here already getting into some of these more difficult long note patterns here on the outer columns.
The
as
intro,
well as yeah.
the intro pattern is beautiful.
We're gonna see more of this. And we're gonna get into the section right now.
Something interesting to note here. This is almost double the length of Enchanted Love. I really noticed it.
Yeah, it's a pretty long song here we have for this one. But it does have a pretty sizable break, I think, in the middle. So it's not too bad for the length. But these patterns are super difficult here. I'm gonna have just these tech patterns. They're almost like rice tech patterns, but with long notes.
Some funky Ellen usages here with even with the really technical rice, like every pattern here just weaves through each other seamlessly.
Yeah. Here we have a tiny break before we get into what I would refer to as the shield section. We're gonna have these just jacks. They're gonna be all over here in this section. It's gonna be pretty tricky to hit.
Now it seamlessly transitions into more of this chord stream section. Just need to be careful with the LNs. Like they're pretty long holds. Like they're gonna demand more, and now more of these sweeping LNs. Like that section is beautifully charted. You gotta say that.
Yeah, I think this map is very pleasing visually, at least. It's gonna be very rude to play, but visually it looks super cool. We're gonna get
outer
back
column
to-
inverse.
Yeah, same as the intro. Yeah, we're gonna have the same kind of build up for the main section of the song.
There's a considerable increase in intensity again for the final chorus, huh? Okay, there definitely is.
A tiny bit, maybe. It's gonna be very similar to the first chorus overall.
Definitely seeing some more LNs this time around, which will give a lot of players really hard time to time things, I think.
Yeah, something to notice. Definitely those big sweeps that come around for the long notes, they're gonna be very tricky to get accuracy on at this speed.
Oh, what is that column 2, Jack? Also, while yeah, sure. The chart is pretty hard, but considering everything, this might be frequently picked if the teams do play their cards right.
Yeah, I can definitely see those being picked a few times. But that was it for the hybrid pool. Now we have one thing left. This is the EX, other than the tiebreaker. Now the EX is a new addition this year. They're gonna be slightly easier than the tiebreaker, or on par with the tiebreaker. They're gonna be just super difficult. So let's get into the first one here, which is our mixed rice EX pick. So this one is gonna be Curse Blossom by Celtics by Critical Star and Kobe. We're gonna see just difficulty has been turned up for this one. We're gonna get into some just super dense patterns, some very tricky patterns as well.
Would it be right to say that like the stuff that you're gonna be seeing in the EX pools is a prelude to what we'd see in the regular picks in the grand finals?
Yeah, a little bit. It's not gonna be quite on grand finals level, but it is definitely getting there. And now we're gonna get into the first real section. This is gonna be our tech grace section. Oh, these patterns.
This is beautiful. A staggered bracket, like these sweeps, like tons of grace notes.
Yeah. So this map is gonna have like these little sections here in between these breaks that are just gonna be super difficult. We're gonna get into another section here.
Also, mini bracket like movement at 230 BPM. Like this is already very demanding, and the pattern and the notes just keep on coming.
Yeah. And now we're gonna get into just some more regular patterns, not so much tech, but just super difficult there. Fast chord streams.
Something to note for the teams here as well is like the strategy that everyone is gonna be taking with the EX picks in mind. I do know that there are some teams that actually favor the harder pools. I think the most interesting matches to look at with these CX pools are the ones in the losers bracket, really, where you have teams that could definitely campaign for a podium. Like they might want to keep these picks in their hands. Like they're
Yeah.
gonna look into this.
But here we go, the ending. Got a pretty fast court stream here.
Yeah, this
Also
is
very dense. Very difficult here.
like imagine Rise 6 and Rise 2 join forces and then be at 230 people. Also, core jacks, more like core
Yeah.
races. That is spicy.
That was the first of the EX pick. Let's get into the long note EX pick. This is gonna be AI Drew by Ferrequitus by
Now,
Uni and Ruka.
now this one serves as the proper mixed LN pick. Like the last one was more of an easier one. LN 3. This one is well, the chart.
This one
I
has no
think is pretty-
gel.
Yeah, the chart is already speaking for itself.
We're gonna see density be really high on this one as well. But it's also gonna have some pretty tricky coordination as well as some other things in this one. Just all throughout. Almost a little bit of long note tech here. I'm gonna get back into these. It's just not gonna have too much of a break here. It's a pretty short song. It's definitely the shorter of the EX picks, being 2 minutes and 16.
You're given a relatively short break here, like just to collect your thoughts. But the releases in this section are not that intuitive. Like they're not flush with the rice. I think you're still gonna maintain that act.
Yeah, we saw him miss there. Very tricky map there. Gonna get straight back into it now here again. Yeah, these little longer LNs are definitely gonna be very intrusive, and there's also gonna be quite some shields here in this section here, along with just the tricky coordination.
Auto jammers. This would count like as a mid 80. Like, as far as I know, this isn't exactly level 100 material yet.
Kobe says it's close to
This
level
is-
95.
Oh, okay. So almost mid 90. This is crazy. Any FCs? It could happen actually.
And
Now,
with that, we've got something a little special prepared for the EX3. So take a look. And that was Valkyries by Aoi. This was so tricky. This map, we almost in the background. This was we were discussing if this was actually the same level as the tiebreaker. So super difficult. We got some special shoutouts to do here. We got graphic design by Bullmaster Flex and Crabtown, as well as some video design coordination by Sakura006. This was mapped by Kobe, Ruka, and Blocko, so also a collab here. Yeah, this one is just very crazy for mini tiebreakers, quote unquote.
Yeah, I mean, the chart already spoke for itself. You saw the ending, you saw the intro pattern. Like, there's no true break section at the start aside from that one moment where the music pauses for the most part. But that's like, what, 2 seconds? And then, boom, you're just thrown in the deep end. And we're
Yeah.
not even talking about the tiebreaker just yet. Like, imagine.
Speaking of which, let's get right into the tiebreaker.
We have Cyrus, a cybernetic superluminal apocalyptic post-war divination, a chart by Critical Star, and RET Blocko. 5
Yeah,
minutes,
this-
4 seconds of absolute pain.
This one is so intense. You're gonna see some like really tricky patterns, just super intense patterns. Mostly like the last one we just saw, but turned up a tiny bit and slightly different. So it's not gonna be quite the same skill sets being portrayed here.
Also, just to note, the figure that is shown on stream is pre-nerf. This is not a 10-star tiebreaker, this is still 9.56. But honestly speaking, it might as well be a 10-star tiebreaker.
Yeah. Getting into these sections here. Ooh, here we go. We have a little bit of a jag. It's gonna switch up styles quite a lot on this map, so you're not gonna have too much time to actually talk about each style individually. Getting into some drills.
Honestly, like, looking into the start, like, this follows that one charting theory where you're just gonna let the music dictate really on how your patterns are gonna go. Like, it's a section by section tiebreaker. So maintaining consistency as a player here is going to be pretty difficult because you're being demanded to immediately shift your focus to another kind of pattern.
Yeah. Here we have a almost speed section. We're gonna see these super fast long note streams there, as well as going into fast right streams there.
Yeah, this speed section is really clean.
Oh, and here we go.
Oh, what a
Big
system
grace
wub.
note.
This is a wub section. Like,
Yeah,
you'd
this is
expect this
definitely
started
gonna be
as
very tricky.
You'd expect that being shorted as an LN, not like that. Oh man, this is hard.
And now
Avril.
the BPM is gonna be changing into chord stream here, and now into some long notes. We're gonna have a change here between these two patterns there for a bit.
A bit reminiscent of what we saw from EX3 in terms of like the pacing of the patterns here. Just a mini callback to the classic LN1, the release category for that section.
Yeah. We're gonna get into a little bit more of these. Ooh, big
what was
long note
that?
wall here. This pattern.
Yeah, that
first
one, that
very
one.
tricky.
Like, sure. Like, after we saw Chewy just combo through that one, but with the pressure of a match, that one is going to be really hard to get through.
Yeah. Definitely, the main thing you can say about this one is it's gonna be a bit less stamina draining than the hybrid of the EX3 pick here, the mini tiebreaker, but it's gonna be the individual sections are gonna be more tricky. Here we are,
Like,
getting into the
it's so
final
funny.
section.
It's so funny that we could still call this a break section in this chart.
It's comparatively
Yeah,
a break.
Yeah. And now the Ellens got a Slurpee noodles, everyone.
Yeah, some of these long notes are almost so short, so many people might just read them as rice notes here. Here we
Now
go.
it goes Rice. Like what? This is effectively 280 BPM force feeding, right?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what the BPM is at this section, but here we go. The ending. This is our fast
Oh,
section.
here you go. Now here's the 280 BPM. All right.
We have a jack section here into some fast stream burst here for the ending.
Ooh, ooh, that ending inverse. Oh, that is wild.
Yeah. Super exciting to see how players will do on this. This was, of course, the finals map pool. And they're gonna have to play this next
Wow.
week. It's gonna be
Good luck
exciting
to
to
the
see what people are
players,
gonna ban.
and I'm excited to see if, like, in theory, if a show match happens, like, what's gonna happen with this pool? Like, you saw the wild stuff that happened during during the show match yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, the players are up for one heck of a task, and like this weekend, is already that part. We're already at that part of the tournament where the men are gonna be separated from the boys. The ETs are gonna be sent to Pluto instead of Mars. This is that weekend.
Yeah. And hope you like the introduction of the EX pool here. Very exciting to see how this is gonna be received by the players. We'll of course also have this next week, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah,
After,
indeed.
so
Indeed.
yeah, I think that is it for us.
Yeah, before we do close out, just a thing, like just a prelude really to the finals weekend. Some special things. This is first China's top 3 appearance since 2022. This is Indonesia's first finals weekend since 2017. And we have a newcomer in the finals weekend in Peru. Like, this World Cup has been really special. And what what a World Cup we have had, and we're not even done. We still have two weekends of matches, one more map to reveal. So if you want to support the Osimania World Cup, well, we have just a small reminder for you. The Osimania 7K World Cup 2025 team support banners are up on the OC store. If you want to support your country or your favorite player's country, you may do so by buying a banner. If you manage to buy the banner of the winning team of this World Cup, it will go on your profile until the next Osimania 7K World Cup. In addition, you may also buy multiples of the banner, same country's banner or multiple banners of different countries. We don't care. Like, you could do anything. You could make your profile extremely long and extremely tedious to scroll through. And I think that's pretty much it for both of us. This has been Surf285 and Tails in the Booth, and you have just witnessed the Osimania 7K World Cup 2025 Finals Map Pool Showcase. See you guys next week.
Welcome back, everyone, to Osimania 7K World Cup 2025. It's a new day, a new week, new round, and a new map pool. It is going to be the finals weekend. This is our first matchup for this entire. So for today, we got a TETC coming up right here. This is going to be, I believe, the matchup which I believe all you have all been anticipating, especially for the underdogs. It's going to be Japan versus Peru here right here. I'm Mifa, and let's give a warm welcome to Sparky. How do you feel after getting yourself a break?
I feel absolutely fantastic. I mean, looking at this matchup, who had this on their bingo card going into this tournament? Peru in finals going up against Japan in the losers bracket to try and make it to the second half of finals weekend. I certainly would not have seen this on the cards going into this tournament. Even when the seedings came out, it's like, okay, uphill battle, it's like valiant struggle, but no, Peru's been really doing a wonderful job punching above their weight to make it this far into the tournament, and I'm really excited to see how they're going to do against this really formidable Japan team.
Yeah, absolutely. Peru has been quite a bit of a underdog situation. We got a few things that in like the 4-key World Cup where I believe China hasn't seeded that far yet, but Peru has been kind of seeded similarly to that one. So we got a top 6 finalized right here. It's just a battle between both of these teams to get into the top 4 and having one more matchup to get to the podium there. But as we get into the match, we got Protects all up there. Japan protecting, like, really no surprise. Like, just a Core Jack Protect there for Japan. Rice 3, last fireworks. And Peru, however, I'm interested to see because protecting Hybrid 2, which I would say that is not totally uncalled for, especially a longer one that might straight up being like, just straight up almost mini tiebreaker in a way. But we also got like extreme bracket to take care of, which is definitely a lot harder than most of the regular picks.
Yeah, absolutely. We've gone this entire tournament always coining like Hybrid 3 and past map pools as like that mini tiebreaker-esque step above the rest of the map pool. Now we just have a whole dedicated section to it. But unsurprisingly, Hybrid 2, Peru going for that protect there. I mean, they've been the team willing to go into this hybrid pool to either like out physical or just being able to handle the transitional moments in some of those harder maps. So really not surprised to see them go into that one as they opt to ban out Rice 5.
Blocko will take offense to being banning the Blocko chart that has the Blocko name on it.
Yeah,
oh, we actually get to see banning the Nosu original, seems like. Cutting edge, insane artifact. We got no consistency LN in check here because Peru has been quite exceptional in the, I guess, the semifinals long though. That is quote unquote density / coordination. But again, finals level, which as you can already tell, it's very hard.
Yeah, pulling no punches in this map pool. Unsurprised to see that go as well for Japan. Gonna probably devolve into a bit of a Rice versus LN type matchup, something we always love to see going into these particular matchups. And Japan going straight for that protect, wanting to start things off on the right foot, something that they're very comfortable with to kind of get things going. There's a lot on the line here, and I mean, you want to be that team putting yourself in the best position to get to those podium positions, so why not just throw out that protect to start things off here?
Yeah, this pick in particular has, unlike the last map pool, which has the core jack, is just straight up a battle between just chords. Chord sizes of 4 and 5. This has more anchors involved in here. So I'm wondering, this is Japan's home turf. As you would say, because they have been protecting core jacks throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, they are very comfortable with this particular skill set in the Rice Bowl. We have seen some ridiculous team scores from them on this particular style of pick. I feel like every weekend they pull out a 999k somewhere along the lines. I remember I don't have the I don't live in a area where I can see them live, so I always have to go through the match report, and I just see a core jack pick, and I see a I see those scores and I'm like, okay, Japan played. But with that out of the
yeah.
way, yeah.
Interesting to note that Butanic is somewhat absent from what I can tell. But so we have Suzua to play instead of Butanic right here. But as you can already tell, this has quite a bit of just anchors in between, and it really starts to show that Peru skill ceiling might have reached its breaking point right here. Already a 5-digit lead.
Yeah, not having the best of starts to start this map out. Love and Divisa checking in for the Peruvians on this Protect against Japan, and not having the best go of it to start things off in comparison to their Japanese counterparts, both Rainly and Suzuha. Above that 99.7 mark to start this map off. Like you mentioned, 5-digit lead already, 35,000 points, and we're only done with the first quarter of the map.
Very good intro for Rainly there, taking a 99.9-ish. At the very least, just the first third of it, which that should not be anybody's worry to get very, very good accuracy by sharpshooting most of these. So the second half is something else.
Yeah, a nice little refrain from the bulk of the action. It was a very frenetic start to the map overall, and now you have this really long build up to kind of get resettled back in for Peru, getting back up with that 400 combo cap, maybe rebuild some accuracy, but a messy transition for Divisa, able to hold on to their combo to try and make some sort of contesting motion towards Japan, as Suzuha finally finds a break for the Japanese, but gets traded out by Divisa, and the lead stays intact. In fact, grows to the tune of about 50,000 points going into the last quarter here.
Not looking particularly very good there for Peru right there, as the patterns are just keeps stacking up in between each other. The more weirder anchors in between the outer columns, in which Rayleigh does not even care.
Yeah, they're kind of they've just kind of been in cruise control this entire map so far. Still quite a lengthy section to go. A 3-way miss across the rest of the lobby, and Rayleigh's just kind of like, okay, when are we getting to the actual map here as we get towards this outro? More trades across the board, but the only thing that seems to be changing is this Japanese lead, 120,000 points. There's a reason they protected, and that's without Butanic in the lobby.
That is still disgusting, given that yeah, that's 200. Okay, that's 200s. That's considering the difficulty of this pick is absolutely blown out of the water from like the last pool, but 166 300s on this is absolutely insane.
Yeah, for sure. It is a ridiculous score overall from Rainly. More than earning that MVP for that map. In Japan, like we mentioned, it's like there's a reason they've been protecting Rice 3, these core jack picks this entire tournament. They are so good at these that there really wasn't anything Peru could do.
Be mindful that this is also without Butanic in play, so this might not be their best. This might not be their best performance after all. But again, maybe Butanic switching up here, so maybe we can see Butanic in place instead of Rain Lily, I feel, because they're Protect from Peru coming up.
For sure. So starting things off with Protect 1 and then Protect 2 right out of the gate here. Both teams just opting to kind of get settled in with their most comfortable pick. Just try and put it all out there immediately to ensure that they can notch something on the board here. And we see the substitutions bottom out the lobby. Butanic checking in. Suisse going to be coming in for Peru. Put in a heck of a shift last weekend to ensure that they could book their spot into this match, and looking to try and do it again here. So we'll have to see how they perform. Can they get this point back, or will Japan pick up the first break point in this match?
Butanic was saying that they do not have the map from previously. I'm wondering if this is a side read though.
It could be a number of things. Either something changed, maybe they had it, and like something got updated, or maybe got removed. Who knows? But honestly, I always like to say if you're sight reading a map, you can't mind block it because you don't know it. So
might be better just to straight up don't remember the map.
Absolutely. Right now, just waiting on the players to get ready.
All right, we should be getting it soon. So we say coming for Peru this time. Having a valiant effort of the core jack by the Visa there, but having Suisse being the key member for Peru for most of the hybrid and long, that should be fine for them. Let's see if they can take this one.
So getting things underway, a much calmer start to things in comparison to that Rice 3 pick. An opportunity for everybody to begin to build up. These transitional moments are going to be so key. So many staircase runs all over the place. These longer LN anchors with so much interspersed in between the rest of the columns. You're all 7 fingers having to do something at any given time. And everybody making it up over that 400 combo cap with relative ease, only separated by the tiniest of margins as things stand at the moment here.
Everyone's starting really well on the, I guess, intro, but now Susu has taken the first drop and actually traded by Suisse, right? It doesn't lead. The lead doesn't go anywhere. Oh, actually, now it starts to go to Japan. Suisse taking the second drop on their side.
Yeah, not traded back that second one there, but not gonna run away with it just yet. Suzuha finding yet another drop. Traded once again by Suisse. It is a cross-map battle. Botanic and Love holding on to the full combos for the respective countries. But right now, Japan starting to build up on this lead as the missiles start piling up for Suisse here. And it's getting a little bit dangerous as we make our way into the second quarter of the chart as Suzuha trades one of them back. And Botanic falls as well. A full combo reset on the side of Japan as Love falls as well. No more full combos left in the lobby, but Japan going to be taking these trades for now. 9,000 points. Still a bit of a fragile lead continuing on here.
Yeah, at least the lead is not going so much in the favor of Japan. Have more trades than not. Love is actually beating Suzuha's accuracy, but the Botanic is a standout in between. Suzuha does he have to have a lot of trouble in keeping most of these now.
Yeah, a bit of a calmer section, but as I said, Love finding another slider break here, going to drop them back down, and that was the higher accuracy for the Peruvians. Gonna start doing a bit way more damage as we continue on into this back half of the chart. Now Japan extending their lead to about 25,000 points, despite there not a lot going on musically. There's still so many notes to contend with as we see a three-way drop.
Seems like the lead's now extending forward to 34,000. Yeah.
Here, so we save again. Next one to find a drop going into the last quarter of the map. And as things stand, I mean, it was looking really close there in the beginning, but Peru starting to lose their footing as the map continued, and Japan just being the beneficiaries of that, being able to hang on to some really massive combos here to hold off this Peruvian advance. 45,000 points going into the last quarter here.
Looking particularly comfortable there, but I was about to say Suzuha was having an almost 3,000 combo, but it completely negates that. Way too comfortable with these patterns.
Yeah, and even when Japan does find those drops, we saw a full combo reset for both of them. Suzuha and Botanic finding drops through that section, traded out by Love and Suisse in multitudes on their own right, but the fact that they've been able to build up this much of a cushion, the fact that they've been able to hang on for as long as they have, they can kind of tank their way through some of those little hiccups here and there. And as this chart comes to an end, last couple of difficult bursts coming through here to read through.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 53,000 point victory on Peru's Protect, and Japan going to get the first break point in this match to make it 2-0.
Impressive plays right there. Double 99s and a double high 98s for Peru right there. Just taking way too many drops there from the Peru side. Does seem we saw like couple more drops for Love on the easier quote unquote sections, but I do think that Peru has a chance on picking the other hybrid and potentially maybe the extreme hybrid, but Japan's picking Rice 6. You get to see a little bit of a shift on terms of maybe how to play faster court streams. This is very fast still for a court stream.
Yeah, but ultimately at the end of the day, it is just a chord stream pick. I mean, some little intricacies here and there, but as long as you can handle the BPM, it's really just a matter of stylistically what do you want to go for. I think Japan's been one to kind of opt for these more straightforward-esque picks and then saving those tech picks for the end in that rice pool. So I'm surprised to see that.
252 core stream though.
It's still
250 is
fast.
it's still like very fast even for 4 key standards, but 7 key is it's in the higher realm of just straight up lighter, faster chord stream. This is 252, that is.
Yeah, we'll just have to see, because I mean, Japan's looked really comfortable on basically every rice pick that they have played. Give or take a couple here and there, but the question's really going to be, can Peru match up in terms of physicality? They have in the past against other teams, as Love finds the first drop and gonna give Japan a bit of a buffer to work with through this introduction. A relatively clean drop overall. It's just the average accuracy for these two countries as Suzuha finally finds the trade in return. Traded back once again by Love and
Sweet
this time around.
Yeah, the only again standout once again is Mutanic from like 99.85. Just handling core stream like there's no room for like any sort of errors for Mutanic right there. But Love Kevin having some struggles in between the transitions into the faster core stream, and it does not look like he's having that much fun about it.
When you say that, but still above that 99% mark, so being able to keep those drops relatively clean, Suzuha does find one in return as the top half of the lobby kind of having a bit of their own little struggle compared to the bottom half here. So we say trying to contest against Butanic, but I mean, Butanix kind of just standing on an island by themselves right now, close at 99.9% accuracy going into the second third of this chart.
It's way too much faster core stream for Butanic right there. So you say finally finding the drop. That's quite a bit of a bigger drop as well outside of that. But again, this is just their Japan's home turf right here. There's no stopping that all on the 99s on the Suzuha and Butanic, and Butanic still has the full combo, it seems.
Yeah, right now, I mean, just trying to latch onto anything for the Peruvians at the moment, not able to really establish that much once the first couple of drops began coming down, and it feels like as the song progresses, it's just like a 10th here, a 10th there being dropped outside of the natural combo breaks that would happen on a chart this difficult. Yeah. And I mean, most of this lead can really just be attributed to this inhuman level of performance from Butanic at the moment. 99.81, a 0.5% ahead of their own teammate. As we make our way, a quarter of the map still left to go. I mean, all eyes just on the bottom left-hand corner of the lobby, looking to see just how high this number can get as it stands.
All I can see the 200 is from the non-core stream. I saw 200 on Ellen. Oh, there you go. Butanic, there's no full combos in Butanic, right, dropping at the very end.
Yeah, unfortunate to see their back, but the damage is already done. Just that Herculean performance from them. Suzuha not too far behind, being able to lend that supporting score. Does find a couple of drops here and there towards the end, but all is said and done, 80,000 points to the good here, and Japan make it 3-0.
Wait. Hang on a minute. 10-to-1 ratio at 4 200s. Okay. Okay, dude.
That's ridiculous. That is disgusting.
Oh god. Okay, renowned Ellen. I guess LN2 might be the closest one that Peru can get through, as Japan banning the OSU original LN3. This has a similar vibes to it, so I'm assuming Peru is very well rehearsed over the fact that they can take density. That's what they're saying.
Perhaps, and now the question being posed to Japan, can you handle the LNs of this pool? And it'll give us a bit of an insight as to how comfortable they're feeling with the map pool overall, outside of either of these two teams venturing into those EX picks. If Japan could put up another good team score, good balanced team score, like they have on the hybrids and on the rice picks, then I would be very scared for whoever they could potentially go up against if they do manage to close this out.
Yeah, we'll see. This is I mean, arguably like one of the easier. Well, I say easier would be kind of like an
Big
oxymoron, but
quotation marks.
kind of an oxymoron right there. But one of the easier picks to deal with to get a higher average score. That is, but it really depends on just the taking on the density. That is.
As we venture into the first of the LN picks in this match, Peru gonna offer the density pick. And as we get things started, love finding the first drop here.
I guess at least the drop at the intro doesn't really matter a whole lot there. Oh, Butanic, that's a huge drop right into below 99s there over the fact there. So lead's still not cut down whatsoever. Love trading that one after Butanic's missed there.
Yeah, a bit of a sloppy transition for Butanic, but able to begin the recovery run as Suisei finds the next drop. The only person holding on to a full combo at the moment is Suzuha. As we make our way into the second third of the chart, Suisei finding another drop, not going to be answered back as Love follows suit thereafter. And a full combo reset on the side of Peru as Butanic trades back one of them, but you take these trades if you are Japan at the moment going into the back half. 30,000 points now off the back of this FC run from Suzuha at the moment.
Yeah, it's really looking very, very good there for Suzuha. 99.5, still holding the full combo, and more drops like from Peru's side right here. It just probably doesn't cut it. It really needs to have Japan to be absolutely complete, a misread few patterns here and there.
Absolutely, it's gonna need to, or Peru's gonna need some help to try and get back into this one, but ultimately they need to start kind of settling in here. Butanic finding the drop on the transition into this next KI section, gonna be a good start, but both Love and Suisei find the drops in return, going to reestablish this lead that Japan has built up. Suzuha finally falls from their perch, but once again, damage already being done. They can afford to take some of these drops as they come in. It was so clean, you barely even recognize it. The second one coming through here as everybody's starting to find drops, except for Butanic this time around, going into this outro, but the lead is 70,000 points.
Ultimately, the second half, I guess the second half of it, it's just kind of reading Alan Walls, which, yeah, in case you forget that Japan is very good at Alan Walls.
Yeah, one can say that. Japan taking a second break point in this match to make it 4-0, and I mean,
boy,
they've looked so comfortable on every aspect of this map pool so far.
And I still love there as well for hanging on there in terms of, I guess, the ratio, keeping neck and neck on the ratio against like the stronger players from Japan.
Yeah, able to stand toe-to-toe. It's just one of those, like, there's levels to the performance right now. And right now it just feels like Peru is just, like, half a step behind in terms of the scores they're needing to swing out to contest against Japan. They start off great, where we see the tiny bits of back and forth, and then once the drops start coming through, the map starts getting progressively harder and harder. They're just not able to put the team score together.
Oh, okay. We're getting to see technical pick right at the gate. This is the one that is just extremely janky.
That's definitely a way to describe it.
These patterns are just not friendly to do on if you're able to get through all of these without flinching, hats off to you, but these patterns are disgusting. They're more polyrhythmic structures than just your typical just technical patterns that are just relying on trills, mini jacks, or something like that. It just expanded into something like this. It's just absolutely mind-blowing.
For sure, we'll have to see how Peru stands up to Japan on this style of pick. Maybe this is a bit of an opening, the silver lining. It's not as straightforward. There's potential for pitfalls here and there if they can make it through some of these harder sections. As you mentioned, it's just so polyrhythmic, so technical, so abrasive at times that, who knows, some misreads here and there, and they can find something to cling on to as we see Divisa check back in for the Peruvians on this pick.
Yeah, also being the lowest star rating on this map pool, it just completely gives you a false sense of hope.
I'm mercifully just shy of 2 minutes, so won't have to be on the ride for that long, but boy is it a bumpy one if you aren't prepared.
You know the chart is janky if the background itself is very, very vaporwavy.
You just gotta
Yeah,
feel
like
it.
just all of these patterns are just not. It's just very hard to approximate. The visa already taking to below 97 already.
Yeah, if you're one that needs a solid downbeat to understand where you are at any point in the chart, this is not the chart for you. And we see Rain Lady trade back one of those misses as we continue
these
on at another
patterns,
trade.
Rayleigh is actually on the 98s there. Might I'm wondering, trying to take too hard on accuracy right there. But Love Ask, you're trading that out. So, unsurprisingly, to nobody's surprise, Botanic is still holding 99.4. And the full combo, that is.
Yeah, did take some damage to their accuracy early on, but was able to kind of weather the worst of it through that introduction while everybody else was catching the misses. And that was what I was hoping Peru would be able to do as we got into this map, where they could try and hang on to some semblance of combo, maybe at the expense of the accuracy, but a three-way drop from everybody else in the lobby leaves Botanic on an island once again with a third of the map left to go, a full percent ahead of anybody else and accounting for a bulk of the 60,000 point lead that Japan has built up.
When you know that you have a break section that doesn't really contribute so much on having you a break.
Yeah, points like that, you kind of just wish there were nodes raining down for you to do, because trying to time through some of those harder sections is ridiculously...
My god. And oh, there you go, Botanic. There's a drop right there at the very once again at the very end of it.
And making our way to this outro, it was well and truly done early on, but just putting a nice little bow there. 107,000 points, not much Peru can do despite their best efforts.
11 200s on this chart though. That is to consider that a polyrhythmic structure in this is not really something very, very friendly to get through, and 11 200s on this is absolutely just ridiculous.
Yeah, one of the higher scores we'll probably see this weekend on this chart, if it even gets played at all the rest of this weekend. That was quite a bit of a ride, and Japan now looking really good, 5 points to the good, just needing 2 more to close this one out. Peru up to pick once again, looking to try and notch something up here. I mean, there's still 2 LM picks. They have the EX picks if they're feeling a little spicy.
Yeah, the EX picks. I'm just giggling over here that EX picks are actually getting picked, but we still have the other LN picks that are just easier to get through almost all of it though.
You also have Hybrid 1, but no, it's gonna be LN4.
Oh, okay. Not too bad. At least it's not completely LN wall. You just have to contend with most of the, well, I guess coordination would be kind of the deal with this. OD5, that is.
Yeah, it's definitely its own special form of torture in terms of, as far as LN styling goes. Definitely probably preferable to something like LN1, but as it stands, I know they're going to need to get through at a level higher than that of Japan, because right now Japan has kind of had their number on all aspects of this map pool. If they can find it within themselves to pull together something here, maybe they can start scrapping for some of these other points, because they're going to need to start getting some breakpoints back.
we're back in the early 2000s vibe with the with the actual the song itself, and the patterns do not feel like they come from like a 2000 vibes of patterns. O2 Jamish that doesn't really coincide with the other patterns that we've seen from the Ellen maps in the pool. Suicide.
I mean, when having to put out your best score, it's one of those, like, I feel like they've run through their comfort picks. Like, that Protect was arguably their best chance to kind of get this match started on the right foot, and now they're just kind of like, okay, what do we have left that we are not going to pull our hair out over?
Yeah, but this is also like Japan's chance of taking another breakpoint right here. So if this goes to 6-0, then Japan has the last pick, and I'm wondering if they're gonna go just leaving the EX bracket aside and just don't pick any of those.
Could very well happen. We'll just have to wait to see what happens. See if Peru can notch a point on the board, or if Japan can make it a match point situation with their pick upcoming here.
Just a couple intro that starts off okay, but be mindful about those the second half, or I guess the choruses that are just not friendly to get through. And Love already taking the first drop, and Mutanic trading. Oh, actually, no one's able to hold on full combos here.
Unsurprising, there's so much going on already, and we're only just getting through the first quarter. A full lobby wipe, Peru taking a bit of extra damage in comparison to their Japanese counterparts. Botanic actually finding a pretty sizable drop, and actually Love holding on to the highest accuracy in the lobby overall, just not having the supporting score from Suisei to try and make some inroads in this lead that Japan has built up. And as we continue, still more struggles for everybody outside of Suzuha, who has the highest score of everybody here.
Skyrockets to like about almost 50,000. Suicide is dropping to under the 98s, on the 97, mid 97s there, but Love is also dropping below 99, and just Japan is still holding dear life at the 99s over there. Suzuha is still looking very comfortable with this already.
But as you say, they're finding a drop on the transition, but once again, just damage already done going into the back half of the chart. Japan building up enough of a cushion to kind of mitigate any score loss.
No one's at a 99 after the shield galore. Yeah, this is you have to really tank throughout this the next section, which just involves more of the I guess more tighter releases, that is. That is also content with shields in between, which Peru does have a lot of struggle in between, and just considerable Ellen walls in between that Japan doesn't really want to drop at all.
Yeah, they have been here and there, just a little slider breaks where they just release a little too early to try and continue on, as it gets even denser transitioning out of that section, and we continue on into this outro. And I mean, there is very little you can do against a performance like this from Japan. Both their players in and around that 99% mark, looking so comfortable on a map this hard, is definitely terrifying.
So losing the 99s there, but similar scores all around. But even then, the highest score goes to Suzuha right there after having massive combos on the side there. But that's a match point there, 6-0 to Japan, and you know, we're going to EX1 seems like. But hang on a minute.
No, that is not Japan's pick.
Hang on. Oh, was it actually? We kind of glossed or kind of missed what Japan's pick there, but maybe. Okay, next one. Okay. All right. This chart right here is the pinnacle of evil in the finals map pool.
Well, it's the old situation. Congratulations, you played yourselves. They decided to mess around and now found out.
7 point almost 37, which we have to remind you that this is still lower than the two core stream picks on terms of star rating.
At this point, it might as well just be 1 star. Like, no, what are we doing here? This is calculations be damned. This is really hard.
How do you actually hang on? I mean, this is what a mixed rise would have been if it was on like a regular pick, but this being tuned up to 11 with patterns that are just completely straight up 230 mini jacks in between the transitions. Good luck on getting S ranks. That is.
Oh, we'll just have to wait and see. I always like to say we like to set these bars for the players to meet, and they just clear them with such ease that it makes you wonder, what are we even doing here? Like they make these maps as hard as humanly possible, and we're still getting here like 99%. 970.
We're about to change that. We're about to change
here we go.
that. 98's on the intro, which I mean, this is still kind of long too for a 3-minute pick.
Absolutely, you're in it for the long haul, and right now, Raylily and Sweet Save.
Oh, Raylily! Oh, tanking a lot there actually, dropping to below the two Peru's accuracies right here.
Yeah, but both Peruvians finding a almost simultaneous drop on that section, transitioning on into these aggressive staircase runs, even catching up Butanic, who was holding on to the highest accuracy in this lobby, still is actually the only one above that 99% mark as we continue on here. And this actually isn't growing into as huge of a lead as we have seen Japan being able to squeak out through this introduction.
Yeah.
Only 18,000 points as it stands.
Surprisingly, this still works almost in their Peru's favor, but it needs more drops, that is, and Peru needs to hang on.
Yeah,
okay, these patterns. Okay, these patterns right here. Just more mini checks in between, more burst railing. It takes a Butanic dropping right here, but Peru is actually taking so much damage right here.
Yeah, and even when Japan does find the drops to trade back, so
polyrhythmic core streams,
so clean in comparison. Simultaneous drops once again for Peru, full combo resets on their side, not able to establish much of a foothold, but they're trying to climb. But in that exchange, very few exchanges from their Japanese counterparts, and the lead grows to 72,000. It was 20,000 at one point, but as we make our way into the last quarter,
the complexity, it just goes to 100 very quickly. And even then, we still have the last third of it, which you might not seem like the greater of the two evils. More speeding up, actually. So we get to see we get to see a little bit of a bracketing before we get to the spicier parts.
Yeah, even in the build-ups, you oh my goodness, you just get dropped right into it as Love and Butanic start trading back, but ultimately the writing is on the wall. Japan's lead is only growing. Where one falls, the other picks up the pieces to help extend this lead, and with only the tiniest slivers left to go, the last vestiges of hope that Peru had slowly slipping away, 117,000 points, and Japan going to close it out with a sweep 7-0 to make it to the second half of finals weekend.
What do you ratio this chart, Butanic? Come on.
No. Oh, why? How?
This is not. You would usually make this like an accuracy chart, but Butanic does proven that one of the best 7 key players in the world. That it seems like.
Absolutely. I mean, hats off to Peru, fighting tooth and nail to make it this far. Unfortunately, their ride ends at the first step of finals weekend, but I feel like they've enjoyed the ride. And hats off to Japan, who will be not done yet. They got one more match this weekend.
Yeah. Secure top 4 for Japan and Peru, having their very first top 6 finish in this tournament, which might remind you that Peru hasn't been like pretty much particularly active in the 7K community, but showing up in this 2025 iteration and top 6 just straight up, it's a feat on its own right.
Absolutely. I think we mentioned it last weekend when they punched their ticket into this top 6. Went from did not participate to the 6th place spot. So, I mean, kudos to them. But that will do it for this match. Still got plenty more action to come here. A lot of things left to be decided. Who will be going into the grand finals in that winner's bracket? Who will be facing off against Japan? The next match will be taking place 7 hours from now. Philippines taking on Indonesia to see who will be going up against the aforementioned Japan. But Mifa, before we sign off here, do we have anything else left to add?
Yeah, actually, this would be the perfect time for you to look at O Store and purchase the team banners here for this tournament. And you know, you can purchase your favorite team banners here to support your favorite teams and go to O Store, and maybe you can purchase multiples of them. Maybe you can stack them in your profile page and making sure you have all the relevant banners to be able to show off your support for those teams. And in particular, it also helps all the proceedings to fund the prize pool, which, you know, these teams in particular in the finals, top 6, and even more so for top 4, which Japan has secured top 4 in their behalf. All the supports are very much appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you pick the winning team in your banner, that banner gets to stick around that much longer. So definitely do show your support. Multiple teams, always lovely, but that prediction aspect also pretty enticing, all for the low cost of $2.50 USD. And if you want to support teams that aren't even in, why not go pick up a banner today? But until then, we'll take our break for now. We'll be back in about 7 hours for Philippines versus Indonesia, and we'll catch you guys later.
This has been Mifa and Sparky commentating. We'll be signing off.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Mania 7K World Cup 2025 finals weekend. We just had a lower bracket match quite a while ago with Japan and Peru, and this time we have the other side of the lower bracket. We have Philippines against Indonesia. Once again, another Southeast Asian clash, brought to you by two Southeast Asian commentators. I'm Raviel and I'm joined by Sub285.
Hello. Are you ready for one more heart attack this World Cup? I think that question is pretty much fitting here, considering the history of these two teams. Team PH campaigning to reach the podium again in this World Cup for the third time in a row. Meanwhile, this is Team Indonesia's first appearance in the finals weekend of the 7K World Cup since 2017. Both of these teams have very capable players. Obviously, household names already for Team PH. And obviously, you have Onta Bikasi, yeah, Rafko, Asiel. Every one of them also capable of playing these pools.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the Indonesians, they haven't been in this position in a while, and with some definite experience in Onta Bakasi and some new guns ready to try and take the stage by storm against a very familiar opponent in the Philippines, who not too long ago actually won the entire World Cup, so this is going to be a very interesting test also with the EX maps in the pool to also come to play.
Yeah, for those who are uninitiated, the EX picks serve as additional picks to the is a rice chart. EX2 is a noodle chart. EX3 is a hybrid chart. They are considerably harder than their regular contemporaries, but are considered like slightly below or if not like around the level of the tiebreaker for this pool.
Yep, so the roles have come in. Indonesia will have the first protect.
Actually, one funny thing that was discussed, at least amongst some of the commentators, like throughout the entire week before this weekend, is like if there's any team that would dare protect any of the EX picks.
I mean, it can be possible. Maybe later on we might see like South Korea against China. We might see that. I'm not too sure. But LN2 will be protected by Indonesia, yeah?
Could definitely happen indeed. Okay, for Indonesia to protect LN2, I'm pretty sure this. Okay, someone mentioned like during the build up of this weekend, like, this matchup in particular, all of the noodle picks are going to be extremely dangerous for both of these teams. Like it could go either way.
Yeah, like as much as Indonesia have been a very scary LN roster, the Philippines aren't actually too far behind. Hybrid 2 will be protected by Philippines.
Oh, surprising technical hybrid protect. Not exactly a category popularly protected over the past few weekends. But obviously, the difficulty of these pools, you have harder decisions to make. Making sure that you keep the pool as open as you can to your strengths. Also, another dynamic here is that this is not the first match both of these teams are going to be playing this weekend. The winner of this one will be facing Japan for an outright spot on the podium. And like the scores that are coming out of today most likely are going to have a very big bearing on how things will transpire tomorrow.
Yeah, with the knowledge of Japan after they've swept Peru, we'll definitely be having some studying to do for either of these teams that win. And Court Jack will be banned, so there it goes.
Yeah, there goes Court Jack pick. And I presume Indonesia would also be banning a rice chart out of this pool. Most likely, it's going to be rice 4 if like the trends for this entire World Cup is going to be followed. Like the technical pick has always been something to be avoided for a lot of these teams. Like, unless you're super confident with it in the first place.
I'm actually thinking, like, maybe one of the hybrids, well, not one of the hybrids, there's only one hybrid left that can be banned.
Yeah.
Hybrid 1, like, that's still an option as well.
I'm not sure if it's a good ban, though, should they get hybrid 1 out of the way. Like, it's a bit more similar to Rise to Rise, not Rise to Rise, LN2, LN3. Like, it's a bit more in that direction, at least. EX ban is also open. But no, it's
Oh,
into
you're
the
right, yeah.
unknown.
Rice 1. Very anti-Rice here today. Alright, first pick.
Yeah.
Exciting times for the first
Okay.
time in the 7K World Cup. The potential for EX map picks. As we have 4 Rice, 4
And
LN, 2 Hybrid, 3 EX.
yeah, lots of like this pool is pretty much wide open as it stands. Like pretty much even. I presume Indonesia is going to be opening with an Ellen pick at least.
To test the waters, yeah?
Yeah. Honestly, Reime is a good option to open this one. Like a lot of the teams opt to open the match with the inverse,
Oh,
but no, we're gonna have the original. Cutting Edge
cutting
Insane
edge.
Artifact. One of the 3 OSA originals for this round. The others are Rise 2 and EX3.
Something to point out as
So-
well, like the length of this map is quite a long one.
Yeah, this is our consistency pick, hence the length of the chart. We're going to be seeing more. I guess of the Ellen picks, this is going to be the one that's more targeted towards just outright sharpshooting accuracy, really.
Yep, so the Philippines should surely have Oji-san and Sani, there we go, and Indonesia also just
Also, I
opting with
just
their LN
noticed-
roster of Onto Perkasi and Rafko, yeah?
I just noticed that name change for one of them.
Yes, Sani has now changed to Sani with 3 more numbers.
Yeah, 3 more numbers. I'll leave your guys' opinions about that.
Not the worst name change in the world.
Yeah, there has been worse.
Also World Cup.
Anyway. Oh my gosh. Wait, it was PH as well, like the Hyok and the Hyoks. Those,
Same
if you know,
country
you know.
as well. It could always be worse. Anyways, let's get into this map. Cutting Edge Insane Artifact,
Yeah.
one of the OS originals of this finals map pool. 3.5 minutes of LN consistency, and we have 4 of some of the best LN players in the world, and they are ready to duke it out.
Indeed, and here we go. Again, I mentioned in the intro, like, are you prepared for a heart attack? Depending on how this goes, we might actually be set for one.
Yeah, right now accuracy is extremely close between both ends. Indonesia definitely do have a little bit of an edge as Sani is actually falling behind the rest of the lobby. But Indonesia will be able to hold this lead for now.
It's Rafko currently with a very slight advantage really compared here to Sani, like about half a tenth. Meanwhile, Otto Bikasi and Oji-san keeping up with each other for the most
Oh.
part. So Rafko was dropped. Wait, no, it was Onto Bikasi dropping a tad bit of her accuracy, and Rafko finds the first miss of this match. Team Philippines now with a very slight lead, just above 2,000 points. But considering the length of this chart, like, this is still well within manageable range as long as they limit those mistakes which Rafko committed, as I was mentioning that.
Yeah, and now Rafko has dipped down to the lowest accuracy of the lobby. Oji-san actually now pipping onto Bakasi to the highest accuracy of the lobby as all of the lobby's accuracies fall, but Rafko will fall the hardest. And it is now a 5-digit lead to the Philippines.
Yeah, that drum fill guitar solo section gave Rafko a bit of a trouble. Like lots of the notes there. Like thankfully not much misses. Like it's just accuracy drops for the most part.
Ooh.
But okay. Onto Bikasi finding the first one for their side. No more full combos left in the Indonesian side of your screen.
Yeah, and Philippines will have the driver's seat here. Halfway through the map, both players' FC still intact, and also both players having better accuracies than any of the players in Indonesia.
This break section is not a break section at all. Like the reverse shields here are just
Yeah.
so are just so notoriously hard.
Oh, and you say, oh my
Okay.
goodness, multiple misses from
Um,
OG-san, a single from Onta Bakasi. It is quite clean misses from OG-san, so the accuracy is still the highest from them.
Yeah,
But things have shaken up.
Pretty uncharacteristic there from Oji-san, finding those misses on the reverse shields. But I mentioned it. The reverse shields are not the easiest to maintain your consistency on. Rafko
Oh.
finds the drop, Sunny as well. No more full combos left. But the lead is still in the Philippines side, and it's actually increasing. Both Indonesian
Oh my gosh.
players dropping to below 99.5 in that pretty dense sequence.
Philippines are stepping on landmines though. They have now found more misses in this segment than Indonesia has. OG-san and Onta Bakasi doing really well to go up against each other, but Onta will reset their their combo as well as Sunny. And actually Philippines will benefit from that as Onta had the higher combo. Rafko also drops as well. It is just OG-san putting this ship together and sending it.
Yeah, like the consistency Oji-san has been showing throughout this entire chart is rewarding Team PH right now. Onta Bakasi finding yet another drop, and that will pretty much put the nail in the coffin for this pick, at least. It will be Team Philippines scoring a breakpoint for their first point in this match.
What is that score, OG-san? 987k on this. And that is an absolute MVP performance. Almost a quarter of the next best 200 count.
Yeah, only one LN break, one miss, and I presume that that just came from like what, an LN and a note that comes in the same column, like just one entire reverse shield sequence.
This was definitely way too much for Indonesia to handle. And also just some information to them that LN might be a no-go.
I mean, most likely they could probably stick with the LNs just a bit more, but that does tighten the window. Indonesia has to go through, I think.
Yeah, the
There's also
options
Yep.
now definitely a little bit more limited.
There's a rice fix for Indonesia.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it would go on their favor depending on how Team Philippines will be playing their cards as well.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, here we
EX1.
go.
Okay, we're going for the mixed rice EX map.
Okay, just as a note. Again, to the uninitiated, EX picks are considerably harder than their regular counterparts, like just less than or around the tiebreaker's difficulty. But now, strategy-wise, here's something to note. There was a community tournament a few years ago, like back in 2022 or early 2023. I forgot when it happened. They had EX picks in their pools, and the players tended to pick the EX picks early in their matches. Like they wanted to exhaust the EX picks before they touch the regular ones. Is Team Philippines employing that strategy right now, considering that this is their opening pick of the match?
Yeah, very interesting strategy to just kind of get the toughest maps out of the way rather than save them for a potential like deciding map, either like a deciding map or tiebreaker kind of situation.
But the one thing that Team Philippines has to be careful here, and also Indonesia really, is opening the opportunity for your potential opponent, Japan, to scout your scores for the most part.
Seems accuracy is now this time favoring Philippines at the start.
But it's an extremely tight lead at the moment, though.
Rafko is the first to fall out of the 99%. Onta Bakasi might slowly follow suit, as is Sani. OG-san holding the highest accuracy of the lobby once again. But still combos intact.
Yeah, like, the accuracy does favor Team PH right now just because of Oji-san's performance right now, and they're gaining accuracy in this section. Onta Bakasi and Rafko full team reset, double full team reset for Team Indonesia in this pretty rough section. Really, Sunny finds their first drop as well, so it's only Ojisan with the only full combo. And we're not even halfway through this chart. Like, the second half of this chart becomes much crazier.
Yeah, and also Oji-san holding the only 99%. Ontabakasi will now be able to climb the accuracy back up to 99. But this map is absolutely relentless as Rafko resets combo. Lead goes towards the Philippines as a result. And Oji-san will finally fall, but still holding the 99%. Rafko will trade it back, as is on Ontabakasi, and Sunny now holding the highest combo of the lobby.
Yeah, like the full team resets here for Indonesia is just helping Team Philippines accumulate the lead. Sunny has been consistent with the combo for the most part. The accuracy could be better, but like, it doesn't really matter. Their opponents have been missing left, right, and center.
It's not whether or not you have like good accuracy, it's whether or not you have better accuracy than your opponents. And Sunny is definitely doing that, as both Indonesian players are just struggling, even in this big section here. Yeah, this might already be settled. 84,000 points. We do have a quarter of the map left. But seeing how comfortable these two Philippines players have been so far, there's almost no doors open for Indonesia to break through.
We're now about to enter the final quarter of this chart where things get pretty crazy. Let's see how Oji-san and Sunny maintain their consistency here. Sunny, Rafko trading misses. Ontabakasi is also trading with Sunny. The density of the chart actually giving Sunny some difficulty to keep up. Oji-san, on the other hand, the only sizable combo left in this room.
Yeah, once again, just an unbelievable performance from Oji-san. As we close out Curse Bloom, Sunny will find another miss, a couple more, it doesn't really matter. 95,000 points of a lead, and an unreal 974k from Oji-san. Wow.
What is that 200 count, Oji-san? Only one miss.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't feel like an EX map to them. What on earth? Philippines looking extremely scary right out the back.
One on earth indeed.
And now back to Indonesia. What can they go for here? You did say L-Lens are still in the conversation.
Yeah, most likely like have the slower LNs like Reimei Agony. Might be their best option, at least for Indonesia, to score a point. But again, it's really reliant on how they're gonna be performing overall. Like EX2 is really hard. I don't think that's the direction they should go.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, so they're going for the protect. I think it's a good pick as well. It's just at least personally, I would have seen LN1, LN4 come out right now, but sure, LN2, it's nice. It's still a good pick.
Yeah, I would have preferred LN1, but this is still okay. It's LN density. It's a 190 BPM LN density, so I believe it should still be in the comfort zone for both Onta and Raf. I don't think this lobby is going to see any changes in players.
Yeah, like this is an outright noodle match as of the moment. Well, aside from EX1,
alright, let's see. Indonesia testing the waters again. And still no changes in the lobby since the first map.
I presume both of these teams will be sticking with this duo for the entire match.
Yeah. Pretty tame intro. Philippines will have the accuracy advantage.
Currently, Rafko. Yeah, Rafko is just around the 10th behind Oji-san right now, and that's pretty much the reason why the Philippines has the lead. But here comes the main difficulty of this chart, and it's actually
Oji-san.
Indonesia with Indonesia with a better accuracy overall now.
Yeah, Ojisan actually picked up a couple of accuracy drops, now drops to the lowest accuracy of the lobby. But there have been some accuracy drops on the side of Indonesia as well. Sunny now holding the highest accuracy of the lobby. I believe the accuracy lead might still be in favor of Philippines as Rafco dropped to 99.5. Now they are the lowest accuracy in the lobby, and Anta will be the first one to find a miss, yes. And this will now give a substantial lead to the Philippines.
It was a pretty uncharacteristic miss there coming from Onta Bikasi. Their accuracy is pretty much still up there, like well within striking distance. Should Team Philippines mess up somewhere, and there's still half the chart remaining, so this is not yet over.
Yeah, Sunny has now taken over MVP duties from Oji-san, 99.6 FC. But we are about to get ourselves underway into another dense section. Let's
like
see
this
if anything
is
changes.
like this part you just want to gain as much accuracy as you can.
Yeah.
Because this chart will be pretty relentless. It's a main drop happens.
no!
Sunny finding a drop at the worst place possible, I think.
Not the player you want to see fall from the Philippines. The lead still in favor of Philippines, but it might swap back to Indonesia if Indonesia can hold on. But the Philippines are holding their on for dear life.
Yeah, the lead is well under 1,000 points, but a few accuracy drops from Indonesia might be helping Team
Oh my
PH
gosh.
maintain this sliver of a lead. But Indonesia could do something special. Rafco, unfortunately, though, they find the drop. The lead increases to around 5,000 points, almost 6,000 points. Rafco, the Philippines might be able to escape with this one.
There's not
just
enough time
barely.
now. 9,000 points, and this time it's actually Oji-san that says, yep, let me just take over the duties. I'm just gonna get a PFC.
Yeah.
Completely normal stuff.
Yeah. That 200 count is ridiculous. And Saki finding Ellen break, one miss. And best ratio.
Yeah. By just a bit.
Best ratio in Team Philippines. But look at Rafco's.
Yeah, Rafco actually had the best ratio
yeah.
in the lobby. Just unfortunate they broke at the end. And that was pretty much what gave Philippines the lead. It was just 9,000 points.
Yeah, again, this is a Team Philippines barely escaped with this one.
Yeah, definitely a better showing on that than Cutting Edge. They are going for EX2. Philippines are just knocking on the door of EX maps.
They are indeed exhausting the EX pool here.
Oh my
As I mentioned earlier, I think that's their plan. They're just gonna play all of the hard stuff.
It's working. I mean, we saw what happened with Curse Bloom. It was like a 92,000 point lead. This one's going to be mixed LLAN though, so maybe Indonesia will have a bit more say.
And I like how everyone here is just saying, for the record, the players here and the charter of this are very familiar with each other. So please don't mind the shenanigans you're seeing in the multiplayer chat. All of them are pretty friendly with each other.
This might be a
is-
bloodbath. And like a bloodbath
Oh,
in
yeah.
terms of like how close this lead could be.
Yeah, this is just I think both of these teams just welcoming any to the MWC 7K charter pool. Like, I think this is like any sort of first or second MWC chart this year. Maple selectors, please correct me if I'm wrong. And this is just this is just the players welcoming the guy to
The new mapper
team.
welcome, yeah. Initiation, I think.
Yeah, best way to put it.
Well, let's see if Indonesia can try and strike Philippines unaware and get their first point on the board. And Zani will find a couple drop straight with Rafco, but Zani
Rafco?
found a couple more misses and worse accuracy than Rafco. So I think this lead will favor Indonesia as OG-san finds an early drop. Rafco will trade it back though onto the only FC. Sani will drop. So lead will now favor Indonesia.
Yeah, that's a pretty rough start here for Team PH. Onta Bikasi finding a drop. And it's a And honestly, it's still Indonesia with a slight accuracy lead despite everything.
Oh,
But Rafco, actually, that's a full team reset there for Indonesia.
yup, and suddenly a 10,000 point lead to the Philippines. OG-san and Onta will trade. Onta will find more misses though. As Rafco and Sunny both trade, it is just the top half trading and the bottom half trading. But the Indonesians are just finding way heftier drops than the Philippines.
Also, Kura, what is that act?
99.23.
How do you still have a 99 after a pretty rough start?
We still got another half of this map to go.
This is like there's still a ton of notes yet to be played. Like this start is extremely dense and we're not even in grand finals.
Yeah, this is absurd from OG-san still holding on to the 99%, and they will finally fall trades with Onta and Rafco though. So this might just be a 48,000 points to the good for the Philippines. Sunny now taking over combo duties, and the 99% from them as well as they climb accuracy up, but they will finally fall out of the 99. OG-san will also drop their combo, but it is traded both by Indonesia.
Like,
That will be a fourth, surely.
both of the teams is trading full team resets trading, and Oji-san has recovered.
Yeah, OG-san still holding on to the 99.2. Sunny is actually being
double
able to
99.
put themselves into the 99% towards the end. No, 98.99
no.
right at the end. But OG-san? Wow. That's a reason why they are a former 7K World Cup champion.
Yeah.
And after a very close start, Indonesia were just blasted.
Yeah. Welcome to Endgame 7K. Like this is the goal of every single 7K player here. Like to be able to play this stuff and instead being sent to Mars, you're gonna be sent to Pluto.
Well,
Because, you
Indonesia
know, yeah.
have the board again. LN 1 surely. Surely LN 1.
Yeah. Raymay I think is the best pick here really for Indonesia. But no, they're going for
actually-
Agony instead.
Huh.
Yeah, this works. This works. This works.
Okay. I mean, it was either LN1 or this. I still think LN1 might be the better choice. But let's see what the
Oh
Indonesians
boy, here
can
they go
pull
again. Here they go again.
off. Oh boy, X-Neko. X-Neko map. Wait, this is a collab. It's X-Neko and Paul Kappa? Oh, it's actually a bunch.
Yeah,
X-Neko,
it's a-
Kobe,
it's a-
E, and
it's a big collab.
Paul Kappa, yeah.
Yeah, it was a big collab. Also, just a shout out to one of the charters here for Paul Kappa. Hope you get well soon, man. I just saw the thing being mentioned in the map pooling server, but yeah, get well soon. Hopefully you have a good recovery from whatever you're facing right now, Paul Kappa.
So this map is quite shield heavy, has some triple jacks. You're gonna see a lot of one-handed coordination patterns with stairs and shields. Extremely coordination tested.
Yeah, like here's the thing with this chart. Like, there's a significant overlap with this and LN1 at least, like patterning wise. That's why I kind of think that this still works out. It's just that LN1 is a bit more, I'd say, friendlier in terms of like the
Yeah.
times you actually let go of the keyboard, if that's a good way to put it.
I would say that Indonesia would want all of the friendly maps that they could get right now. Because this might be the show of OG-san against Onta and Sani against the Rafco. I would say the latter more especially, because they will have to try and carry the second player side of the
Ooh,
roster, but actually
that's
Onto Bakasi is the one to drop a lot actually, below Rafko.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty rough sequence there for Onta Bikasi. And
Oh,
Rafko
Rafko
now
will follow.
finds.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Rafko will now dip
it's-
below Onto Bakasi's accuracy. Sunny will find a couple drops but still holds the accuracy advantage over everyone in the lobby.
Yeah, like this is still the best act. Sunny is. Sunny is
Oh,
doing
dear.
something special right now.
Yeah, and Rafko found a flurry of missiles, dipping them to 98.6. Onta will find another. And this lead has already ran away from Indonesia in a split second.
Meanwhile, we're seeing a double 99 here for Team PH. Like, what are these two players doing? Like, this is to know. We still have one full combo.
And also the fact that
They are
like
not
both
mentioning the
Philippines
name.
players, 99.3 at least, minimally. And Onta just fighting a
Yeah.
flurry of misses that dipping them below 99.
Also, how did Sunny maintain a 99.4
Oh
on
my
those
God.
ridiculous jack shields?
Philippines.
Like, this is actually pretty scary. Team PH is gaining act.
They are just running away with it. They are just taking this and sending it to the sun. Indonesia have no chance. Sani will finally
Sani
fall.
is-
But, like, does that matter at
Still-
all? They are still holding 99.37. They've overtaken
This-
OG Sun in
yeah.
accuracy. What
This is
this?
ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous here coming from Team PH. This is going to be one of the strongest team scores on this chart, I would think. And there's only like just a few more seconds left in this chart. Onto Bikasi finding a few more misses in the sequence, but that doesn't really matter.
Oh
Like,
my gosh.
like
Wow.
wow, full
FC from
combo.
OG Sun. And an absolutely terrifying team score from the Philippines.
Oh my gosh. Korea's on a roll.
I mean,
Sani as well.
I've already said it before, but
Yeah.
like 7K World Cup champion performance right there. Showing no signs of slacking since. Putting
Also,
them
shout
to
outs
5, yeah?
Also, shoutouts here to Rafco. Their ratio is pretty much
Yeah.
similar here to Kora's. Onto Bikasi, unfortunate misses though, but still that's a ridiculously good score.
Yeah, either of the Indonesian players had to play like absolutely out of their minds to even come close to the Philippines team score.
Okay, so now Team Philippines picks.
EX3?
Are we gonna see Valkyos? Surely.
Surely. If not like hybrid? I mean, at the moment it's like extremely anti-rise. So it's probably gonna be anything in the bottom half of this pool. But
Yep. They're definitely taking their time here to decide, huh?
I mean, it's probably gonna be either like Hybrid 1, Hybrid 2, or EX3. I don't see them wanting to. Oh, never mind.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. Alright, yeah. Just
Okay, they're gonna
make
keep-
me eat my words, Arkwin. Make me eat my words.
I mean, I guess I'm not surprised.
Sayuri
Wait,
07
okay.
in chat. Yeah?
Sayuri 07s, yep. Also, I guess it does. Like, you have to remember, the winner of this match still plays Japan tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, they gotta. I guess, like, especially if you're Team PH right now, you have a pretty overwhelming lead. You want to close this match as soon as you can, so that you could keep as many scores as you could as a secret.
I mean, I would say that the Philippines and Indonesia are keeping their rice scores very secretive.
Yeah, because they haven't picked any
Because
of the music yet.
they haven't picked it because I'm very sure they do not want to pick it, which could also still be information to Japan regardless. But yeah, I mean like, whoever wins this, you know, you are still going to be facing a monster of a team in Japan.
Yeah. Like I can just imagine like the people taking notes of the matches for tomorrow, like the notes.
That would
Like
be me.
Japan played what? Mostly Rice. And then this
Yeah.
one, like literally LNs and two of the EX picks.
Which could actually be good for Japan. Because then, you know, Japan, they get information of LN scores from these two teams, and they can just cross-reference to their own LN scores, and they'll be like, yeah, we can't pick this, we can maybe choose to pick this. Like, it can definitely change some of their strategies up, and actually same goes for any of these two teams that win. You know, you just play the LNs, it doesn't really matter, you get information from Japan on their Rice, you cross-reference with your own Rice scores, and then you kind of dictate your tempo.
I mean, I say it's a pretty fair trade for both of these teams if that's the case.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so far, Philippines have just been absolutely rocking this match and already starting off with a lead as Onta finds the first miss of this map. Accuracy is also both favoring Philippines, so like, again, another death sentence to Indonesia unless Philippines will find more drops.
Which, honestly, considering the consistency they're showing right now, the inverted broken stream is not phasing both. Well, never mind. Sunny and Rafko finding drops. Onta becasing two consecutive ones, and now it's Oji-san.
Yeah, once again, like both of these Philippines players just kind of exchanging their roles. One player will decide to step up, be the MVP, the other one will just take a backseat. This time, Sunny finding more trouble than Oji-san as Oji-san still holds on to the FC. Although lower accuracy than Sunny, it's not going to matter too much. They still have this lead, Philippines, still 5-digit lead, and it will grow as Rafko will find the miss.
And that will just help Team Philippines accumulate a bit more of a lead as we enter this solo.
Yeah, and the accuracy recovery from Indonesia is just... It is there, but it feels slower than the Philippines. As both Philippines players holding 99.5, Indonesia's highest accuracy, only 99.1.
This is a really ridiculous run here for both of these players. Everyone comboing this inverted stream.
Yeah, we haven't seen a miss in a while.
I mean, it could happen anytime in this
There we
chorus,
go.
and there you go, there's one.
As we go straight into another chorus section, so we're gonna see more misses. Onta will find the next one. Philippines not budging, as they have been for the entire match. Rafko finds another combo reset. Oh my gosh. Both
I am
winning
trying.
performances from the left side of your screen.
I am trying to not mention what's happening at the left side of the screen. Like, these are really ridiculous scores. It would be a shame if we end up cursing it.
It would be a shame indeed. As Rafko finds another miss and Onta as well. It's another full team reset from Indonesia and it is basically done. It's a 6 to the Philippines. It is match point to the Philippines. They are almost one map away now from securing a top 4 finish. And we shall see an FC again from the only champion here in this lobby. Oji-san 97-8.
That's a clean FC as well.
Sunny as well, 978k. Just 515 points behind Oji-san. These two players have been popping off.
Also, speaking of just a few points behind, Onta Mikasa and Rafko's difference as well.
96 points of difference between those two. And if you're like an Indonesian, like, what can you do? What can you actually feasibly do?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, if Indonesia was facing a different opponent right now, like, this is a guaranteed point for them. But
Oh my gosh.
Just, you know, double 978,000, okay. Like, one of them is a 7,000 X combo FC.
And well, there goes all of the LN maps. There is one EX map remaining, both hybrids. And we do not have to look at the top half of your screen because I'm very sure none of these players want to play them.
Well, they are mentioning time to play Rice.
Oh, is it actually
Oh.
time?
Is it?
Is it actually time? To be fair, it won't be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
Because at this point, you've been banging your head on a brick wall with these LN picks and they have not been working. You have potentially one more pick in this entire World Cup.
Okay, so they're going Rice
They
5
are-
then.
Wait, 5 or 6? I hope it's 5.
I mean, 5.
I
6
hope
is
it's 5.
fast gold stream. 6 is fast gold stream.
Okay,
I hope
then
it's 5.
They said Rice mix. Yeah, I mean, Rice 5 is the consistency, Rice 6 is short stream. It should be Rice 5. It's Rice,
should be
5.
Rice 5.
Here we go!
Just the PSA, everyone. Blocko is the ETS of them all. The ETS ET of them all. Also, I guess once Jinjin mentions the thing, I think let's be silent when that happens. You know, when Jinjin recites the line. Blocko is the ET. Yeah, just a daily reminder that Blocko is the ETS ET to ever ET. Praise the ET Blocko every day.
Now the interesting thing is Sani still staying in or is Arkwin going to actually sub in?
Okay, it's
Oh,
okay. Arkwin is
Here we
going
go.
in for Sunny. I presume that Sunny is a bit more of like, at least from what we've seen, what we've seen this World Cup. Like Sunny either plays like really consistent Rice, and then Arkwin's the one who's focusing on the more wacky stuff.
yeah.
And Arkwin has a technical ability for it. Like we've seen it in 4K, we've seen it in 7K. Like we've seen this guy pull off magic. Talking about Arkwin.
I mean, Arkwin has been one of the veterans of the Osmania tournament scene. To still see him still play at the highest peak of competition in what has been pretty much over a decade. It's quite impressive.
Again, let's be silent once Jinjin says it. Yeah. It's somewhere in the middle of the chart if I remember.
I actually do not remember where it is.
It should be somewhere in the middle. I just forgot when exactly. Like I forgot the cue.
Well then, let's see if Indonesia
it's-
can get their first point on the board or if it will be another sweep.
If we're Team Philippines, though, you actually want to sweep. If you want to hide your scores,
From Japan, yeah.
yeah. But right now, Rapco finds
Yeah.
the first drop.
Oh, and they're struggling with the middle column. They drop down to 98.5, a flurry of misses. As Ontabakasi follows suit. Arkwin actually dropping quite a bit of accuracy in this section, but Oji-san is still being Oji-san.
Yeah, let's not. Oji-san is just being a fine player right now. Let's try to ignore that in case something happens. Also pretty impressive for Arkwin. Like, despite the accuracy drops, like, they're still able to regain the accuracy, but no, they find the miss.
That's shaky. That's not good.
Yep.
That's a very, messy
Yeah.
miss. You can see this lead has completely shrunk. But Rapco and on
Whoa,
top of both
14%.
trades, and this lead has just completely reset. Philippines, they have a grip on this lead now.
But look at Ontabikasi's accuracy. It's like both Indonesia accuracy are still better than what we see for Team PH. But that sequence is not gonna be helping Team Indonesia at all. Arkwin finds another drop. It's a pretty messy one, like a full 3/10.
Oh.
Full 3/10 drops. But the average accuracy right now favors Team PH.
Yeah, and it all falls to the shoulders of one person. But so far, so good for the Philippines. Indonesia will definitely have to step up, and they need to see a drop from Oji-san. Like this is almost unwinnable now. If Oji-san just don't find more drops. So Arkwin actually keeping things a little bit more close, a little bit more interesting. Onta will trade it back though.
Rapco has now recovered to the 400 combo bonus cap. Arkwin as well. Is that actually... Oh, okay, full team reset it. Okay, I think it's almost time. And before that one, we saw a full team reset there coming from Indonesia. Rafko follows it up with 2 misses on the worst possible play.
Oh my gosh.
Combo. Artwin starting out this section with a miss as well.
I just want to like we see like all these misses from like the other 3 players. OG Sun is almost a single % higher than anyone else.
Yeah. Like surely now. Like if OG-san manages to survive the onslaught of us both in this commentary booth, I don't know what to say anymore. Like there's still the hardest section of the start remaining. OG-san still maintaining accuracy, that pretty rough transition. While the rest of the players just struggling to maintain their combos. What is
a whirlwind from the Philippines. Indonesia just cannot maintain any form of combo for like 20-30 seconds until resets with Arkwin. But it is a death sentence to Indonesia now as the map is actually going to come to a close. Arkwin will find more drops, but Indonesia just cannot find any breakthrough.
The Wub-Wubs did not face OG-san at all. What is happening? Wow. Alright.
That is
That is one way. That is one way to end the sweep.
OG-san is the ETiest ET to ever ET in this lobby and in this match. Philippines! 5 MWC 7Ks in a row. They have made the top 4. As they will knock their Southeast Asian brethren out with a PFC from the 7K World Cup winning champion OG-san to do it. And they will face Japan tomorrow.
Also, shout out to Rafko. Best ratio still.
Wow, yeah. But yeah, look at the miscount. I mean, you have 16, you have 24, you have 30, and then you have 0?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Normal.
Yep.
Not normal numbers, I guess.
And with that, Team Philippines has the honor of facing Japan for an outright spot in the podium. That is going to be one heck of a spicy match.
Our top 4 in qualifiers have survived to the top 4 of the eventual tournament itself. And this is time where blood will be shed. Philippines versus Japan will happen tomorrow, but also we have to talk about that winner's bracket match that is yet to be played.
Yeah. And also, just to note, Japan versus Philippines will be happening at the same time slot this match happened. So 10 UTC Sunday.
Yep.
So stay tuned for that. And I think, like, okay, this is a sweep, but honestly, the intro still applies. We were not ready for a heart attack. Kura gave us a heart
close. Attack. It definitely got close in some maps.
Yeah,
but yeah, Kura, Philippines were just a little bit too far above and beyond today.
And there you go. There's the confirmation of the schedules. Team Peru, the last non-Asian team remaining in this World Cup, got eliminated by Japan. And that is why we have a Philippines-Japan matchup tomorrow at 10 UTC. And also, the winners bracket match for fighting for a twice-to-beat advantage in the Grand Finals weekend. Korea against China, the number 1 and number 2 seeds of this tournament at 11:30 UTC.
Sunday is going to be a banger.
Well, what else is a banger? Well, it's the fact that the Osimania 7K World Cup 2025 team support banners are up on the OSI store. Like, you only have a few days to partake of this promotion. If you happen to buy the winning country's banner, it will stay on your profile until the next 7K World Cup. You can buy your country's banner. You can buy your favorite players' country's banner. Okay, I'm at a loss of words right now.
The banners are tripping you up.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, just as well, like, you can still buy the banners of the eliminated teams. Like, so if for
Yep.
some reason you still want to support the European teams that we have, the other American teams that we have, you can still do so. Like, just support these players that have performed so well over these past five-ish weekends, and we're still not yet done.
Yep, we are far from done. Tune in back here 23 hours from now, 10 UTC on Sunday, for a lower bracket match between the Philippines and Japan. That will be it from us, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Make you fall from dreamy skies.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Osumania 7 Key World Cup 2025 Finals Week. We're in the last stretches of this tournament now, second last week, and we're here with 2 matches in a row that are going to be certified bangers. This right now is going to be the match, the single most important match of the weekend to decide who secures that last podium position. Philippines versus Japan. I am Potassium F casting alongside Ravel today. How are you doing?
Today is going to be a very special day. Like you mentioned, either of these teams will be securing podium at the end of this match. Japan have been unlucky. They have finished 4th. That is their highest position in 3 separate 7K World Cups. If they win here, they will have their highest position in a 7 World Cup in history. For the Philippines though, it has been back-to-back podiums. They finished 1st in 2023 and 3rd last year. Let's see if they can replicate a podium finish today.
This one is actually going to be a really close match though, because these teams have been performing really, really strong recently, especially. You know, they're scaling really well into the late game as well. Japan, I mean, last week, Japan almost taking South Korea to tiebreaker. So they are looking on fire. Philippines just swept Indonesia yesterday.
Ooh, yeah. Both these teams had sweeps yesterday.
And, I mean, with the new map pool as well, you can see those picks. These brand new section, the EX pool, I think is going to spice things up even more, because both of these teams, I think, would love the EX picks.
Yeah. And not just that, I feel like these two teams have very different map picking dynamics. Especially with how Philippines were just kind of hugging the bottom half of the pool. And for Japan, you can already see a Protect on Rise 3. It is going to be a very topsy-turvy match.
It would be an absolute shock if Japan ever protects anything other than Rise 3 against any team in the entire world. That is Japan's home ground, their core jack ability. And what I'm really interested in as well is, as you said, these two teams, very different picking styles that we're going to see. Japan, at this stage in the game, I think they're going to be fairly uncomfortable on a lot of these LN picks. And we did see that yesterday as well, compared to some of the Philippines scores. And as you said as well, Philippines avoiding the Rice yesterday almost entirely. I think that does indicate some kind of classic back and forth that we might be seeing once more. I think Protect for Philippines, I'm looking at LN4. Yeah,
Okay,
it is
there
going to
you
be
go.
the LN4 Protect. Both of these teams played it yesterday, and Philippines looked much more comfortable on it. And Japan, would they ban LN3 again?
I mean, one of the LNs probably.
It has to be one of the LNs.
It has to be.
I don't think Japan should ban LN2. That's the one thing that Japan should stay away from banning, at least. I thought that
So-
was okay. I got baited for a second. Wait.
Yeah,
Okay,
Philippines.
no. Oh no, Philippines banned
have to
first.
ban.
Yeah,
They
okay.
will be banning Rice One, which is also quite understandable.
Very,
This is a
very tricky
speed
Rice
pick.
map. But interesting they decided to ban that one instead of something like a Rice 2, where I think Japan is going to be more comfortable with almost. And okay,
Oh,
this one
okay.
makes sense as well. EX2 being the more difficult LN pick, Japan definitely has some players on their team that not quite as comfortable with the LNs. And we know that, I mean, we know Philippines score on this map yesterday as well. Japan knows Philippines team score on this yesterday, so very
Yep.
much a targeted ban.
And Rice 2 will be coming out immediately from Japan. Probably to the dismay of Philippines. They will definitely be having to deal with this for the rest of the match.
Actually, interesting. I don't know if Japan has picked anything other than Rice 3 first. I think I've casted like 2 or 3 Japan matches in a row now. They've always picked like Rice 3 right out the gate every
Yeah.
match.
I mean, they did that against Peru.
Yeah, I mean, showing some restraint here. They're picking their second best pick, I guess.
Yeah, they did not play this against Peru though.
Yeah, so saving their scores. Philippines also didn't play this, so neither team exactly knows what each other gets, but of course the comfort should be there for Japan. I'm looking specifically on the Philippines at Sani, who
Yeah.
very, very strong LN player, but in terms of the Rise, definitely hasn't been as comfortable so far in the tournament.
Yeah, so this is Dan's COD stream, 195 BPM. It's also original from Evimayo.
And some absolutely crazy bracket patterns in this
Yeah, I
one.
mean,
Full-on brackets.
this is definitely going to be Philippines' first test of the weekend.
Yeah, and of course, breakpoints are going to matter so much, especially on these Rice picks, because Philippines, if they perform as they did yesterday, I am not concerned for them
Oh.
on the LNs.
Yeah, I mean, OG-san was like crushing some of the maps. Like, OG-san even got a couple of FCs to their name. If they can put that up against Japan, and who knows how far we can go in this match.
Okay, very first map we're looking at. And this one's going to be a really dense one, despite the BPM actually getting pretty high.
Yeah, it's just Sani right now behind the rest of the pack. OG-san doing very well to try and keep up with Rain Lily. Botanic actually slowly falling off. The lead will actually go to Japan for a little bit as Botanic will find a miss right before the first break.
That was that was several, that was like a whole second of
It might be,
handoff
yeah.
keyboard, it looked like, all the way down to 99 flat.
Rain
Managed-
Lily is also dropping accuracy to 98.8.
Yeah, Rain Lily's hitting early. Look,
Yeah.
this scroll speed might be wrong for Rain Lily, it looks like.
Oh, Sani picking up a drop right there. Right at the end of the burst, and OG-san the only, well, not the only FC, but the only FC with a 99.
But this point lead is not going to shrink any further if Rain Lily still struggles to keep this accuracy up, and there's a
Oh.
miss from Rain Lily.
Yeah, a little bit of a messy drop from Rain Lily. Botanic definitely doing very well to recover their accuracy back up to a 99.5. Rain Lily will drop again though, solidifying this lead to the Philippines as OG-san, bringing their performance from yesterday, completely crushing another map.
Yeah, Botanic's almost matching Oji-san again. Those two are kind of staying in check. I'm just looking at Rain Lily right now, who's not having a very good time at all. Sani does find a clean miss, but this accuracy difference is not recoverable.
Yeah, they need OG-san to drop at the minimum. And Sani to have like multiple drops.
They need a
And-
complete collapse. Rain Lily's accuracy
Yeah.
is not going to rise fast enough at this rate.
Botanic is doing really well though, 99.65 as Sunny actually finds the drop. Is there enough time for Japan to try and put it back if Rain Lily can just stabilize their combo and accuracy? And if Philippines are dropping even more, but OG-san still holding on to the FC, will it be the first one of this match? 25,000 points of the lead for the Philippines. Sunny will cause that lead to drop and swing it towards Japan, but it won't be enough time.
Too
Philippines
late.
with the FC from OG-san to 6 200s.
That's a clean
What?
FC from Oji-san. I mean, even better overall act from Botanic. I feel like this is a really interesting. I think that Rain Lily's score should be much higher than that.
boy.
That was a really weird thing that happened at the start of the map. But regardless, Philippines getting an early breakpoint here, and Japan already sweating in the match. They have to breakpoint back on an LN
On an
or
LN.
hybrid. That is insane. they're gonna have to hope for something like they pulled off against Korea.
Oh boy, Monka S. But let's see what Philippines want to go for here. The entire LN pool is left open. They could go with something like LN 3, like what they did against Indonesia.
I mean, if I'm in this situation, Philippines, you just won such a pivotal breakpoint. Why not just keep the pressure up? Pick LN4.
Yeah.
Probably like the most straightforward map, like the most guaranteed map that you have in this pool is going to be that LN4. And just maintain this advantage for as long as you can. Force Japan to be the one to try and claw themselves back in the late game.
Yeah, and also the good thing is that both teams have played LN4. So there is information on the board, and Philippines have a clear lead on Agony.
That is a very big advantage for the Philippines there, but they're going to pick LN3 instead.
So just like the match against Indonesia, they will be starting off with Cutting Edge, Insane Artifact, another also original. So back to back, very nice.
Now, I'm also terrified of Philippines' team score that they got yesterday on this. And Japan did ban this yesterday. So unless that was a big brain strat to just hide scores, I don't think they're very comfortable on this one either.
I don't know if it could be like a big brain strat to just hide their scores, because the Philippines have a very scary team score, 1,959,000.
Yeah, with what, a 987k on Kura?
Yeah, that's an average 980. Both these players from Japan have to average a 980k to beat Philippines' score against Indonesia. That is ridiculous.
But they do have the ability. Botanic and Suzuha, two of the best players in the world, especially as we get into this late game kind of finals level pool. But it's whether or not they have the consistency to pull that off and to not break the combo, because they might not be entirely comfortable with some of these denser patterns in this map as well. And for 3.5 minutes, not much room for error on this one.
Just to fill all of you in, if you're not known to what this map type is, it's LN consistency, as you can see from the length of the map. So we're going to be seeing these kinds of LN from start to finish.
It just makes me nervous looking at all these patterns, right? So much coordination required, the inverse patterns that we see at the start, but no one finding any breaks just yet. Score lead in neither of the team's favor.
Yeah, Philippines definitely do have that accuracy advantage, as both players of Philippines beating out their counterparts. Oji-san over Suzuha and Sani over Botanic, but there might be a bit of an accuracy drop from Oji-san. So it's gonna make things a little bit interesting as both players from Japan find combo breaks. And that is a destructive move.
Yeah,
Botanic
double
another
miss. I mean, I guess the upside for Japan is they didn't lose that much accuracy compared to what could have happened on an LN pick such as this. So their accuracy is still not too far off. Botanic falling a little bit behind now. But only 8,000 points. This is a long map, so plenty of time to recover. It is Philippines still with the 2 full combos, though. They are going to try and solidify this lead.
Yeah, I believe Oji-san actually found a miss around the 4,000 combo mark. So we'll have to check back in on that later. But yeah, so far so good for the Philippines. A little bit of an accuracy drop from them, which means the lead is still quite close as Sani finds the first miss from the Philippines. It is just Oji-san. As we have said so many times this weekend, this guy is just completely carrying Philippines, and we might see another instance of that here.
Hold on, look at the accuracies. Look at the accuracies here. This is very close. The accuracies between the two teams are tied. This is 1 miss difference between them.
Yes. Very much 1 miss swing.
Oh, 3,000 points of difference, and we're only halfway through the map. So much time left.
Okay, the 4,000 combo is here. This was where Oji-san missed yesterday. They seem to still be doing quite well, and the lead has actually increased a little bit to 5,000 points just on some accuracy recovery from Philippines.
A bit of act drop from Botanic as well in that section, but really what matters is the combo, and Sani does find that other miss. That might be enough to give Japan the lead just about. This density is really kicking up. We might be seeing more misses here, though.
Yeah, both players of Japan, ever since they missed, they have been able to keep up just fine. and have
Oh,
been
another
able to
miss.
match the Philippines as Sani finds another miss. Could this be the fatal
Oh, that's
swing to
a-
Japan? Another miss from Sani, and this time the lead sheds blue in favor of Japan. OG-san doing all they can with the FC, the 99.58, the MVP of the lobby. It's still not going to be enough at the moment if Sani just can't keep it up as they find another combo drop. Japan have been able to find their consistency towards the late end of this map.
But it's still only 2,000 points. This could swing back really, really quickly. We can see how... Oh my god, it's going back. It's shrinking. This lead
It is
might go down
shrinking.
to 1,000 points towards the end. And
Suzuha!
Suzuha's a miss. That is enough. Philippines back in the lead by less than 1,000 points. They just need to hold on to the combo in this last few patterns of the map.
Couple more swings, couple more sweeps.
Oh, another
Suzuha will
miss.
find a
That does
miss.
it.
That should do it. That should do it for the Philippines. A second point to them and an FC from OG-san to save Philippines bottom.
Oh
And,
my god.
gosh, another MVP performance from them.
So close. Japan was so close at the very end, just hanging on by 1,000 points. That could have been what they needed to come back, but Philippines, OG-san putting in the work. MVP once again and another FC.
The 7K World Cup stage just giving them aura. From yesterday's performances, bringing over to today and improving on that their score against Indonesia as well.
I think a scary thing to point out as well, and this doesn't just apply to that map, this applies to some of the other maps that we saw in the LN and hybrid pool, is Japan have better LN ratio than Philippines, as weird as
Yeah.
that sounds.
That's kind of scary.
But they're sticking with the chord stream. They're leaving. Japan are not wanting to pick the Rice 3 just yet.
Not
They-
yet, yeah.
Going with the fast ones. And I wonder, are we going to see Rain Lily switching in?
That's a good question because for this map, when Japan played against Peru, it was Botanic and Suzuha. Botanic had a 986k, but Suzuha had a 967k, which is a bit far off Botanic's score, but it doesn't seem like there will be any changes. It will still be Botanic and Suzuha. But Arquin's actually swapped in for Philippines.
Yeah, we are seeing Arquin. I think we saw Sunny playing every map, was it last week?
No, I
yesterday,
think-
sorry.
Arquin did play Blocko ET.
Blocking. Okay, so Arquin's still playing the Rice maps.
Yep.
We'll see how he manages to hold on to this one because, I mean, I think this is a 30 BPM increase from last round.
It's fast.
It's really fast.
It is 30 BPM, yep. It's light, but it's also long.
Yeah, 3 minutes in length compared to some of the past ones as well. And this BPM, no joke as well so far. All the players doing pretty well. It's actually Kura to have the lower accuracy this time at 99 flat.
Yeah, but Arquin will also drop a bit of accuracy as OG-san is able to recover. But yeah, Japan currently have the dominating accuracy as we enter this break section.
We've seen accuracy drops don't necessarily matter quite as much as your combo, and Suzuha does find the first miss of the 4. Arquin does trade it, so it does stay in Japan's favor, but Philippines not too far behind.
Yeah, both players having some dirty misses. Suzuha dropping all the way to 99.4. Arquin out of the 99%. It's just Botanic and OG-san holding on to FCs.
And I know who's winning that out right now. My
Yeah.
god, 99.83. Crushing the lobby. No one managing to match that accuracy, and that is the difference right now. 8,000 points, 9,000 in favor of Japan as we're approaching that halfway mark.
More of these court streams coming your way as Botanic will actually find a miss. Now piling the pressure onto Japan, but Arquin will trade it back. OG-san the only FC, but accuracy far behind Botanic, matching Suzuha. But Botanic is still able to try and keep Japan's lead together as Arquin finds another miss.
And that miss from Botanic was exceptionally clean. 99.73. He's still 100% has the score lead over Kura, despite Kura being the only FC left in the lobby. 22,000 points, and we're now in the last third of the map, just about. It's going to stay consistent after this.
Yeah, OG-san doing all they can. 24,000 points of a lead. It's actually going slightly towards Japan. Arquin is having trouble trying to find any kind of accuracy recovery. And both players of Japan kind of stabilizing on their accuracies right now. Suzuha 99.37, Botanic 99.75. And the last quarter of the map now.
Yeah, combine it between the players. This is a whole percent of accuracy lead for Japan right now. Misses are not going to do a single thing this late into the map. 27,000 points. It seems like Japan just need to hold on a little bit longer to have this one in the bag. Their first point of the match looking like a certainty.
Couple more sweeps as the entire lobby,
wow.
but Botanic misses. There goes the FC. No FCs in this lobby. As Botanic now holds the highest combo. And that should do it for Japan. They finally get a point on the board. A spectacular display from Botanic. Almost a 990k at the end. How many 200s? 4? What?
Look at the 300 count. What?
That is half.
1 to
Almost
8?
half of Suzuha.
That is a ratio, absolute like chasm between Botanic and all the other players. I mean, Kura finding the very first miss of the entire match as well. You have to give it to him. He just does not miss it today. But the accuracy right now from Japan is absolutely otherworldly.
Botanic also had a 4-200 score yesterday. So this is just like, yeah, normal things for Botanic.
It's a regular Sunday.
Regular Sunday. And that is definitely going to give a warning signal, a warning shot to Philippines, you know. You might have won one race, but we dominated the other. So you might want to tread carefully. They will still have a lot of the LN picks left for Philippines to kind of wade their waters.
Yeah, I mean, very good point for Japan, but Philippines is still in a very strong situation. Looking at the match as a whole, they are a breakpoint up. And they have 3 LN picks left. LN4 still on the table. LN1 is going to be the pick. It looks like this one, I think, is also going to be a strong one for Philippines, given their scores yesterday. They got 2 980Ks, didn't they?
Let me actually check. But that sounds right.
That's messed up.
Also, Sayuri 07's in chat. 978k for both, actually.
978.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
A total of 1,957k.
That is very hard for Japan to beat. I mean, the one caveat that I have in my head right now is I have not seen Japan play an LN1 for a few rounds now, and the last time they did play it, they got the #1 score of all teams off the back of the man himself, Botanic. But the question really that I have is, can they as a team really keep up with, I mean, 978k?
And also the fact that OG-san FC'd this yesterday as well. So let's see if they'll be able to keep that up. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm gonna sit in the silent corner for a bit.
But still actually no lead going over to Japan because Suzuha does have a bit of accuracy issues, down at 99%, I would say. So fairly early miss, not going to have too much consequences.
Yeah, not too much consequences because of the accuracy game. Oji-san just picking up a very clean miss, holding 99.4, Sunny 99.6, beating out both counterparts in Japan. But here we go, first Kiai.
And Botanic also struggling to hold on to this accuracy, down at 99 flat. Might actually drop below right now as we're into the first chorus.
And there we go, first miss from Botanic, a second one to boot, but Oji-san trades it back. So it's just Sani and Suzuha playing the combo game, and Suzuha falls. It's just Sani, the unsung hero of Philippines, the player to step up when Oji-san couldn't.
Yeah, all 3 of those players now getting 2 misses each. It's just Sani on the full combo. That's making a big difference here as well. Accuracy still in favor of Philippines. Suzuha finding another miss, still above that 99%. But Oji-san and Sani both 2 highest accuracies in the lobby.
Yeah, accuracy domination from the side of Philippines. So Japan definitely just have to hope for misses from Philippines now.
Japan not looking comfortable with the density as compared to how comfortable Philippines are right now.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Sunny actually had like the better 200 count over OG-san on this map. So
Yesterday, yeah, had
this
some
is a good
exceptional
sign.
accuracy. Botanic finding another miss, not going to help much at all, but it almost feels inevitable at this point. We have a third of the map left, and it's going to take some kind of massive collapse to shrink this lead. But it looks like that's coming from Japan instead. Suzuha just repeatedly finding these misses, hard to keep up the combo for long enough.
Oh, Sani will finally drop the FC, but look at the accuracy, still holding the highest in the lobby, a very clean miss, which means that this lead is not damaged one bit, and it will actually grow to the Philippines as Botanic trades it back. This should be done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, with these combos, what can you really do as Japan? They're just hoping for misses that won't come, simply for Philippines. Last section, very difficult, but it's not going to be enough. Regardless of what happens, it's going to be Philippines managing to pick up their second LN point here.
Sani picking up another miss, but they should still have enough to be the MVP of this lobby. And they will take that. Philippines 3-1. And once again, beating out OG-san on 200 count and accuracy.
Yeah, I mean, these scores are not bad from Japan at all. Suzuha keeping up with the two Filipino players. Just a little bit lower overall as a team. A little bit of discomfort here and there. And I mean, Botanic's still getting the best ratio, by the way.
Yeah, that is nuts. What? Alright, there we go. Rise 3, Protect from Japan coming out. And if you have been following the 7K World Cup to this point, you already know what this map is, or what this map tests. And we do see Rain Lily in the lobby for that.
Oh, you know Rain Lily's going to be playing this one. We saw a very scary score out of Japan from this yesterday. We'll see if it's if they'll replicate it, and we'll see exactly how well Philippines could do on this, because I do expect Philippines to get quite a competitive score on this one. This potentially, despite how good Japan is, it's not unrealistic to think that a breakpoint is possible here.
Definitely. I mean, OG-san and Sani putting up very good scores on We Are Electric. That's the Rise 3 of last weekend. But of course, Japan, far above and beyond any of the other teams on Kojak.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also kind of surprised not to see Botanic playing this, but he didn't yesterday either. So maybe just the patterns, more comfortable letting Suzuha try to get the combo game rather than sharpshoot for accuracy at this stage. And Sani does find a very early miss there, down to 98% as well, struggling with the accuracy, which is going to give Japan actually a fairly decent early advantage.
Yep, and OG-san will fall as well already right off the intro. No FCs to 2. Japan did find a couple of misses yesterday though from Suzuha, so we'll see if they'll be able to hold on to it.
This map is not going to get any easier. That was a nice and calm intro section relatively. We're going to be seeing some crazy density and patterning later on. And I mean, look at these accuracies right away, even with the misses from both Filipino players, but also, 99.91 is the current accuracy from Rain Lily.
On a finals map. But we're gonna kick things into high gear shortly. Right now, this is just the point where you're just kind of having to relax your muscles, prepare for what's ahead. Sani now being able to recover back up to a 99% as a result of this section.
Yeah, I mean, you say relax muscles, don't relax them too much. We've seen plenty of in sections like these in the past. But now we're about to get right back into it. Oh, there goes the full combo from Rain Lily. Very clean miss, though.
Clean miss, but not the player you want to see miss from the side of Japan.
Absolutely not. They're going to maintain the lead still. 13,000 points. It's still nice for Japan, all things considered. But still a third of the map left. They're going to have to hold on for a bit longer. As now Philippines are starting to get their combos in shape.
Definitely, just that Sani is far behind everyone else in the lobby, which is why Japan are still sustaining this 14,000 point lead. And there's another miss from Rain Lily, another clean one. But now the conversation for Philippines to try and break point is now on the cards.
Yeah, it's shrinking a little bit, down to 12,000 points, but Sani does trade that out, and that comes with a much bigger combo drop.
Yeah.
Way back up into 20,000.
The fact
we
that
can-
Rain nearly found multiple misses, still holding the highest accuracy of the lobby.
Yeah, you can see right there in these like swings in score how much it matters whether your miss is clean or messy. One messy miss from Sani completely negated multiple misses from Rain Lily there. And
What?
oh man, the 0-200s. You could not get any cleaner than that from those
What?
misses.
By the way, shout out to Suzuha actually picking up the MVP of the lobby as a result.
Yeah, the only FC from Suzuha, but Rain Lily with that score may as well be an FC with the 986k.
That would be like what, 995-ish?
Yeah, and that would be definitely like 996, 997
Oh.
territory. 1 to 10 ratio is 995 typically with a double S. That was one of the ratios of all time. Not gonna see anything like that for the rest of the match. by the
Yeah.
way. That's guaranteed.
Definitely not.
But Japan picking up pretty convincingly their protect point there. So they're looking to stabilize that earlier mishap that happened on the Rise 2. And now Philippines, they're going to run out of their picks fairly shortly after, I think, LN4 to come out now.
Yep, there we
Yeah.
go.
And I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but I think after this LN4, honestly, Philippines probably want to be picking Hybrid 2. I actually don't even want Philippines to pick LN2. I think that one is too dangerous.
A bit dangerous, yeah. Japan did play LN2 against Peru. Pretty good scores. Suzuha 976, Bhutan 971.
If you look at the specifics of those scores though, Japan beats Philippines in terms of accuracy. If they get one less miss or two less misses,
yeah.
they win that. That is dangerous. But for now, this one I think theoretically should be the most favored in favor of Philippines. This is the
Yes.
coordination pick, and one that, I mean, if you're not comfortable with coordination picks, you have no chance. Simple as that.
Yeah, Philippines destroyed Indonesia on this yesterday. OG Sun with an FC 980k, Sani with a 973k. So this theoretically should be Philippines' fourth point in the bag, but let's see if Japan can try and give Philippines a run for their money.
I mean, they have been so far. I've been impressed with Japan so far this match in terms of the LN picks, but Philippines looking a little bit better. We'll see if they can keep it up. And this one is exceptionally hard to be able to maintain any kind of combo on. We already see a miss from Suzuha at the very start there. Gonna give the lead a little bit over the Philippines, but still doing okay in terms of the accuracy is Japan.
Yeah, the biggest problem of this map is you're having to juggle jacks with different release timings. Suzuha finding trouble with that, dropping to a 98.5 with a couple of misses and already a 16,000 point lead to the Philippines as Sani drops and the entirety of Japan. OG-san the only FC left in the lobby, and that's a 20,000 point lead.
How did Sunny not drop accuracy with that
Yeah.
combo break? What? that
was
should
like a
not be
single
possible
drop. That was
on
like a
this
single
map.
note. And it's like, yeah, okay, we're just gonna continue with the 99.4.
See, drops are supposed to happen like, see that
Oh.
one right there, Kura? Dropping
Yeah.
like 0.5% off of one miss. That's how it should happen on a map
That's how
like
it
this
should
with these
happen.
pans. You mess up one of these coordination things and your entire hand is now in the wrong position. You cannot recover from that quickly. But Sani right now is tearing apart this map. 99.48. Not a single other player is above 99 at all right now.
Yeah, 8.6% advantage over anyone else in the lobby. Suzuha finds a miss, Sani will find another clean miss again. 99.4 still from Sani.
How is he finding these? Actually, I want to know the secret.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that one makes sense. There was no... That was a clean miss because there was no notes.
There was no note
region,
and Sani
you know?
just kind of forgot.
He forgot. That's fine. You're
That's why
allowed one.
Japan with the full combo reset. That's Philippines' point already at this point. 50,000 points of a lead. At this stage, Philippines probably had a lesser score advantage over Indonesia than Japan. So,
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia is like an LN specialty team as well, so they are extremely scary on picks like this. And Japan just a bit less comfortable when it comes to these full coordination kind of patterns, ones that you can really completely just flub really at any second of the map.
Yeah, and probably the most decisive victory, as Philippines have both of their players reset combo. The most decisive victory we've seen in this match thus far. 70,000 points, it wasn't even a question. Philippines now 4-2.
Yeah, absolutely solid team effort there from the Philippines. And now 4-2, yeah. Still just one breakpoint separating, but it's on Japan to eventually find one of those.
I mean, Philippines are slowly running out of the comfort picks.
They are. I would say Philippines have almost already run out of their comfort picks at this point, but you can almost say the same thing about Japan. They no longer have any of those straightforward rice picks left. They have to kind of dig into those mixed rice picks now, the tech rice pick even. And I'm not sure if they want to do that. I mean, those are the only two really, actually, now looking at it. Do they go with Async or Blocko ET? I think it would be a good sign for Japan if they pick Blocko ET here. But they're not going to.
Async.
Okay. I'm worried for Rice 5 potentially like down the line here because Japan knows Philippines score on Rice 5.
Yep.
So the fact that they've left it last kind of does make me worry a little bit for them. But for now, it is going to be the tech pick. This is going to be one that can switch back and forth very quickly.
Yeah, Butanic had a really good score, 977k against Peru, but Rainily, that played this yesterday, had a 922k. So we are not seeing Rainily in the lobby, it's Suzuha still staying in. Let's see if there'll be any changes to Japan's side, as Arquin is in lobby for Philippines.
Yeah, Rainily definitely has some like world-class top-tier accuracy when it comes to all these Rise picks, but I think when it comes to comboing, that's more of Suzuha's wheelhouse. So a map like this, 2 minutes long, very technical, we're probably not going to see any of these players sharpshooting for accuracy on this map. So it kind of makes sense that, you know, now that we're in finals level, Suzuha is going to be playing more and more of these picks in the pool.
Well, then here we go. Just a minute and 55 seconds of tech. With this being one of the shorter maps in the pool, less than forever.
I just forgot we actually do have one more Rice in the pool. I just don't look down for Rice. It's just the EX
yeah,
one.
the EX, yeah, the EX map, yeah.
But regardless, we are going to be seeing this one first. Suzuha finding an early drop, actually, but accuracy looking like it's slightly in favor of Japan for now because of Butanic.
Yeah, OG-san actually the lower accuracy of the two between the Philippines players. Butanic completely crushing it in terms of accuracy at the moment, but this lead's flickering because Suzuha finds another miss. That's gonna give Philippines the lead, but OG-san and Butanic will trade. Arquin the only FC in the lobby, but Butanic will find another miss. This is a problem for Japan now.
Yeah, it's going back and forth. It's still very close. Arquin, the only full combo, is not something that I would have expected going into this one, honestly.
Running back the years.
But the accuracy is still in favor of Japan, so if everyone manages to stabilize these combos a little bit, you would expect this lead to start flickering over, which it is.
Another drop of accuracy from Japan, but Arquin will drop the FC, and that's a huge drop from them as the lead completely catapults towards Japan. 7,000, 8,000, and climbing.
But 8,000 is nothing. Suzuha finding another miss, a clean one at that though. But it is going to close this gap a little bit. Arquin finding another one.
It's just Japan holding on to this lead from accuracy alone, but Suzuha find a miss in this section.
Oh my god!
And Butanic on the brakes. On like this rest section as well. This is bad.
Not on the break section, Japan.
Oh no.
They might lose this lead as we're approaching the last. There's not going to be much of the map left.
Yeah.
And Philippines might be able to take it back right here if they hold on to their combos.
We're going back into some tech
now
and Suzuha final drop. OG-san holding on to any kind of combo that Philippines will need, but Arquin will find a drop as well as Suzuha, but Suzuha will actually find worse accuracy drop from Arquin, but Arquin will trade it back. The lead now goes back to Japan. As
don't miss at the last section. And 11,000 points. The drops at the end from Arquin just proved to be a little bit too much. Yeah, and the accuracy, that's it. Butanic's accuracy was the entire difference there, 99.3. And again, the ratio. These ratios have just been outstanding.
Yeah, 426 on Butanic.
But the miscount, like, they had to claw their way back so many times from these misses, and they need to clean those up a little bit more. Philippines still in the lead 4-3 in this match, but it's close.
And the walls are also closing in on this map pool. We are running out of picks for both these teams.
No EX2 for Philippines. There is
Oh.
no more LN maps that I can imagine them picking. I think now is the time to go for Hybrid. And I think Hybrid 2.
Yeah.
I would say Hybrid 2. Or, I mean, EX3 might be a bit of a crazy one, but
They're doing it. They're doing
they
LN2.
are picking LN2. I think this is probably Japan's best chance to get a breakpoint.
So just to recap, both these teams have played this map already against their respective opponents. Japan having a 1,948,000, and for the Philippines, the 1,967,000.
And it's like, it's not that far apart team score wise. The accuracy in favor of Japan. And I mean, being straight, I think Philippines team scores today have been a little bit lower than yesterday.
They've been a bit more shaky, but we have seen instances of players just popping off. We've seen Oji-san do that. We've seen Sani do that. If there is going to be a time for either or both of these Philippines players to step up, it is now.
They definitely can. I mean, this is one that still, in theory, I would still favor towards Philippines. Like, they are the team that should be more comfortable with these patterns, but I would not count Japan out of it either.
And the risky thing is, this is the last LN, but technically it is the last LN map in this pool. If the Philippines give this up, we are square. And that's going to be really bad for the Philippines. So they have to win this.
I think both teams are thinking the same thing right now. This is such an important point. And right now, stabilizing all players doing well, but Butanic finds the first clean drop. 1,000 points over to the Philippines.
Yeah, currently in terms of accuracy is very close. Sani just beating out Suzuha. Oji-san just under Butanic, but just from the miss alone gives Philippines disadvantage. But it is closing in a little bit towards the center of your screens.
Oh my god, 1,000 points. And this is not a very long map either. We're already kind of approaching this halfway point of the map. Still 3 full combos, but then goes Sunny and Suzuha trading. That's a bigger drop for Philippines though.
Yeah, crucially, Oji-san still holding onto the FC, holding onto the accuracy. But Philippines now given a warning. If anything like this happens again, and if Japan just don't trade, this could flip.
Do not break. No one break, please.
Not here, not here.
This is so possible. This is so possible to break.
It is, which is very bad.
These patterns are so much harder than they look like.
I mean, it's looking okay. Accuracy is dipping from the side of Philippines, but they are dipping from Japan as well.
2,000 points. This is an absolute toss-up. No one knows yet. Oh wait, this lead is shrinking.
Oh my gosh.
QC drops from the side of Philippines.
Yeah, accuracy-wise, accuracy now favoring Japan. Can Japan pull this back? But Botanic will be the first to drop in this KI section. And it will give a buffer to the Philippines.
But 5,000 points only. We are approaching the end of the map a little bit, but this is just a 1 miss difference still. Accuracies are actually in Japan's favor, but Butanic finds a second miss now. That's going to be a better lead for the Philippines. They're going to lead by 7,000 points. And
look at
neither of the players missing.
The accuracies are so close. Philippines just have a little bit over Japan, but combo-wise, they have a leg and a half across the finish line as Botanic finds another miss to put the nail on the coffin for Philippines' 5th point.
And Philippines just comboed through that entire section. FC, is that from Oji-san? Oh my god.
PFC from Oji-san. PFC.
Oh, but you can see how close. Philippines now 5-3. They are maintaining this lead that they got from the very first point of the match. Not a single break point since then. Wait, look at that. Look at the ratios. This is what I was talking about.
Yeah, that's a scary thing. Also, Japan immediately going for EX1.
Oh man. I'm really curious why Japan don't want to pick Rise 5, because I think Philippines scores on Rise 5 were kind of beatable. I would think Japan, if they're comfortable with
Yeah.
Raz 5, should be able to beat that Philippines team score, but... Okay, both teams played this yesterday, and Philippines got the higher team score by 1,000 points. That's all I'm gonna
By
say.
1,000 points. Philippines have a better team score on Curse Bloom by 1,000 points. So, strap yourselves in. We're going into this hot. If Japan want to try and reel themselves back in, they have to win this. If not, it is going to be match point to Philippines.
But I will say, Sani did not particularly look comfortable on this one compared to some of the LN picks. I mean, like we just saw. This is one that I think Kura has to be carrying in if Philippines want to take another breakpoint.
Yes, definitely. I believe Oji-san had a 37,000 point lead over Sani, as Sani will be the first one to drop off the Philippine side. So early combos, early accuracies favoring Japan right now.
Yeah, God, Butanic is crushing this accuracy-wise, but I mean, very, very early into the map. 6,000 points could go either way still, and it's 3 minutes long. Plenty of patterning to be made. Butanic with a miss. That's going to cancel out Sani's earlier one.
Yeah, but accuracy still favoring Japan just on Butanic alone. They did find that miss, but they're still holding the highest accuracy of the lobby. But here comes some very difficult sweeps as Sani gets caught on one of them. And now the lead will extend towards Japan.
These are just an absolute nightmare to read, let alone play. And Butanic, another miss. That's a fairly messy one, but still maintains the highest accuracy of the lobby. Rain Lily also beating out Sani in terms of accuracy. These misses are tied between the teams, but it's just 6,000 points of accuracy that Japan has managed to make their way out with.
Sani finds another miss. He stabilized at 8,000 points of advantage to Japan, and it will grow as Sani finds another one and another one. 5-digit point lead to Japan. Sani's just not having a fun time, but Rain Lily will drop their full combo, leaving Oji-san the only FC of the lobby. But Butanic will find a miss, trades it with Sani. Every single time Japan drops, Sani just trades it back, and Sani is not having a fun time today, as opposed to yesterday. 97% from them. Oji-san can do all they can, but this lead is running away from the Philippines.
Yeah, traded misses again from Japan. Sani's just really struggling maintaining this 400 combo mark. This is an EX pick for a reason. It is brutally hard.
Yeah.
I mean, unless your name is Kura, apparently.
Oh
no! Okay.
Of course you had to say that.
That's me. That's on me. I'm sorry, Kura.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so much damage already over the course of this map. Japan have a chokehold on this lead. It should be 5-4. It should.
This accuracy lead is quite big as well. Butanic beating Kura, Rain Lily beating Sani in terms of the accuracy, and the misses also favoring Japan ever so slightly. 31,000 points at the end of this map. There's some very tricky patterns at the end here, but not quite enough to swing 30,000 points.
Yeah, and not when Sani's also struggling throughout this entire map. And Sani picks up a couple more misses, trades it with Rain Lily, so the lead will shrink a little bit, but there has to be more from the side of Japan, and Sani will have to step up, and I just don't think there's enough time anymore. 40,000 points to Japan.
Absolutely not, and this is an absolute accuracy and a half right now for Butanic.
Yeah. That is a crazy score from Butanic. And that definitely beats out their score from yesterday. 972k as opposed to 966k from yesterday's performance.
I don't know how Butanic's getting these like ratios and this accuracy
like,
in general.
Honestly.
Like, you're looking at the scores and it's like, okay, Butanic's missing and messing up the accuracy just as much as anyone else in the lobby, but then you just wait until the end and it's like, oh wait, no, half the 300s. Huh.
The only player with a 3-digit 300 count. Like, what? How?
And that's where that entire accuracy gap comes from.
Yeah.
Japan holding on. They're keeping it within one map.
Okay,
but they are
here we
running
go.
out of time because this now has to be the point that decides where this match is headed.
Hybrid 2. There is like literally no other map that Philippines should choose.
They could pick EX3. I'm just saying. They could.
Oh gosh. Neither of these teams have played them, I think.
Philippines is... Okay, this is an interesting decision when it comes to the EX maps because Kura specifically is an absolute demon when
Yeah.
it comes to like late game, like physicality picks. Kura can just single-handedly carry EX3. I think that is very possible. But on the other side, Japan has specifically, you know, Butanic and Rainbow
Yeah.
are two of the most physical players in the world. No, it is going to be
Okay.
hybrid too.
Yeah.
Philippines are relying on their technicality, their technical LN ability, because there are quite a few of those in this map.
Now, Philippines did not play this, but Japan did. And Japan have a 1,929,000, Butanic with a 966, Suzuha with a 962.
All things considered, a pretty good team score from Japan. Like, those 960Ks would be very hard to match for basically any other team. You know, that's the
Yep.
kind of score, like, this is the kind of map where I'm not expecting FCs to come out. This is going to be Miss Central for all four players.
Well, both Japan players did find 3 misses each. So let's see how they will fare this time. Pretty calm intro to begin us off. And now this map will slowly ramp up into its technical LN. Japan having some accuracy advantage. Suzuha the lowest of the lobby, but Butanic being able to keep Japan together at the moment. But there's a miss from Oji-san! The first
big
one from
one.
the Philippines, a big one indeed, as the highest accuracy of the lobby. Not the lobby, the side of Philippines. Excuse me.
Yeah, but not much of a lead being made off of that. Kura's still on that 99%, so does have enough time to build back in.
Yeah. Yeah, and the accuracy of Butanic actually dropping down to 99.4, but Sani will find a miss themselves. And now this gives some breathing room for Japan. Oji-san will expand that breathing room for Japan.
8,000 points, looking fairly good at the start here, but Butanic and Suzuha both trading 2 of those misses right back. This is going to be tied just about, but Oji-san does find another miss. Accuracy very slightly in favor of Japan, and this is a long map.
It is, yeah, 3.5 minutes. And this is going to be Miss Central, like you mentioned. This is just the beginning. We're only a third of the way through. So far, still favoring Japan just from lesser misses and from the higher accuracy.
But this accuracy is not very big. Either way, Butanic
Oh, no.
finds a miss. Sani does trade it though, so this lead is going to stay put.
It will stay put, but Japan, they need to not afford these kinds of simple misses, simple drops. That one was a saved one because Sani traded, but if any of the Japan players miss and Philippines don't trade it back, like that, Butanic misses, none of the Philippines players traded back, this lead has shrunk. And Butanic finds a couple more misses, that's a dirty one. A very messy one from Butanic. And this leads just 3,000 points.
Oh, it's going to shrink even more. Butanic is going to take a little bit of time to get back to this 400 combo mark, as now Butanic with the lowest accuracy in the lobby, it's only Suzuha keeping this AC lead in favor of Japan. And I don't know if you can rely on Philippines finding many more misses towards the
Yeah.
second half of this map.
Your expanded breathing room has been taken away just like that. Japan have been able to try and slowly increase this lead as Butanic is recovering well, but Suzuha finds a miss! The higher accuracy of the two, it's a clean one at that, but this lead has shrunk again, and Butanic finds another one!
Oh my God.
It's a 3-digit lead to Japan, and Philippines, they can smell it.
Wait,
they
how-
can smell this, but Oji-san finds a miss though!
How are Japan holding on to this lead? It's been so many misses. Japan
Oh my
finding
God.
another one. Suzuha breaking again. It's back to 1,000 points.
It's off of Sani. Can Sani hold this combo?
Oh my God,
Suzuha
it is
finds a
switching.
miss. The lead is red.
Butanic missing as
misses
well.
again. Sani, the savior of Philippines perhaps, holding on to the highest combo of this lobby. 3,000 points of the lead to the Philippines. They've snatched the breathing room away from Japan. But Oji-san finds a miss.
misses.
The entire lobby resets. Oji-san finds another miss towards the end of this map. Will it be enough? Can Japan steal this away? Can Japan get a break point? Oji-san finds a miss right at the end. Japan just have to hold and
Oh my God.
Japan, they will level things up. 5-5.
Oh my god, that was
Cinema!
crazy.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. 5-5 on the very first hybrid pick that we see come out. That was too close.
We are now in a best of 3 shootout. Both these teams have one map pick each. Rain Lily is going with Blocko ET. Japan will exhaust the final Rice map of this pool.
This is it. We have one Rice and one hybrid map to be played.
Oh boy. Japan holding some history with them. They are 2 points away from securing their first ever podium spot in 7K World Cup history. But Philippines, they are 2 points away from securing a three-peat in podiums.
Yeah, Philippines have been in this situation before. Plenty of times.
Yeah.
But now is the important moment. Japan want to be able to hold this together now. They've just managed to take their break point back all the way from the start of the match. And now is the Rice consistency. This is going to be about who manages to hold on the longest with their combos. And I mean, Philippines have looked fairly good all throughout the match in that regard.
Yeah, but Akwin will definitely have to step up. The veteran of the Philippines. One of the longest serving players of the Philippines. They will have to definitely make some difference in this map, as Japan are running away with it with accuracy right now. Alright, here comes the first drop.
It's still full floor combos.
Yep, still all full combos in the lobby. But accuracy is now slowly dropping from these players. But Rain Lily will be the first one to drop their FC.
Yeah, but keep an eye out on these accuracies, because that is going to be the most important one. Rain Lily does find a second one. That might be enough to switch it over to the Philippines, but the accuracy is still actually in favor of Japan.
Yeah.
Rain Lily's beating Arquin's, Butanic is beating Oji-san, and there's a miss from Arquin. Traded, but still in favor of Japan.
Yeah, it's a messier miss from Akwin. Rain Lily still beating out them, and Butanic beating out OG-san in accuracy. So Japan will have a 6,000 point lead, but we've seen these leads flip before. Butanic will find a drop, Akwin will trade it back though, so this leads still comfortably in Japan's favor, but for how much longer, as OG-san still holds the only FC in this lobby.
It's gonna stay as long as Japan maintain an accuracy like this. Arquin drops all the way down to 98.3.
Oh, no.
That's a big act drop. And that's just gonna bleed out score over time unless Arquin manages to come up close enough to that 99% again.
A little bit of a messy miss from Rain Lily, but still being able to stabilize their 99% accuracy.
Yeah, Kura now handily beating out Rain Lily's score. It's just Butanic. Butanic easily with the highest score in the lobby right now, despite the FC from Kura. 99.76 is just well above anyone else.
Yeah, absolutely destroying this chart so far. OG-san once again just doing all they can to keep Philippines in it. But Akwin finding a miss. It's not going to help. It's not going to do any favors, as Japan are slowly tugging this lead to a point where the Philippines might not be able to catch up. $25,000 points as we go into another drop.
Yeah, we're reaching the last minute long of the map now. As we're getting into some of these bracket patterns, all four players doing quite well. Arquin dropping a little bit of accuracy, but the combo maintains. And Arquin managing to reach, higher and higher accuracy, building it back up closer to that 99%, but still falling behind the likes of Rain Lily on Japan, and now Rain Lily beating out Kura as well. This is accuracy domination.
Yeah, and every time there's a miss from Japan, it just seems like it gets traded back from the Philippines. OG-san still holding on to the very impressive FC, but it's going to matter nothing if Japan are just holding up these accuracies. And, like,
Butanic's crushing it. Look at this ratio right now.
What the heck?
Spot a regular 300 right now. I dare you.
I need to see the judgments. Akwin finding a flurry of misses is not going to do any damage. Japan have secured this by a safe margin. I need to see the judgments of this guy. Oh my gosh.
Kura is not missing, but Butanic's accuracy is out of this world. Not something that can. Oh.
No, why?
Okay, I need to.
Why
I'm
would
just
you
gonna
miss
wait.
Oji-san?
Okay, I'm not gonna say Kura for the rest of the match. He will not be mentioned.
Oh my gosh.
But that's almost a 990k from Butanic.
What? 998, 17,200, and then almost 1-to-10 ratio.
And match point.
Match point.
Match point for Japan. They are 1 point away from securing top 3, and Philippines need to win 2 hybrids in a row in some regard.
Basically, yeah.
To manage to secure the top 3 themselves. Remember, whoever loses this match right here is not going to reach that podium this year.
Whoever loses this match is out completely. This is going to be the most crucial pick for the Philippines this year in this iteration of the 7K World Cup. You have a hybrid, and you have a hybrid that is harder. What do you want, Philippines?
A hybrid or a hard hybrid?
Pick your poison.
They're both hard. One of them is like a little bit harder, you know?
One of them is a little bit harder, that's why we slapped the EX tag on.
Okay, look, hold on. If you need to win the tiebreaker either way, why not just pick the hard hybrid?
I mean, that is true, I guess. You're going to eventually have to play a very hard hybrid either way, unless you lose hybrid 1 if Philippines pick it.
It's such an interesting discussion when it comes to the EX in this matchup specifically, because as I said, Kura would absolutely love one of those harder maps. Kura can absolutely eat it up, right? A map that I'm sure we're not going to see, you know, a performance like, you know, Japan just out-acting everyone, right?
Here we go.
Oh
it
my
is well
god, okay.
kissed. It's the also original, it's EX3. None of these teams have played it yet. And this could decide some history today.
Dude, we're gonna... if Philippines manage to win this one, we're gonna have an absolute banger 4-minute long extremely hard hybrid into a 5-minute long extremely hard hybrid non-stop.
Boy.
These players are not getting any rest.
Yeah, map number 12 out of a possible 12 maps in regulation. We had to go the distance. Japan have pushed us the distance. But it is now up to the Philippines on whether or not they will push us to a tiebreaker. 3 minutes, well technically 4 minutes of this O's original banger. Buckle up, here we go.
Hybrids are the even playing ground between these two teams. Philippines benefiting from the LN, Japan benefiting from the Rise. And both of them having absolute physicality monsters on their team. These LN make me so nervous. Both of the Japanese players missing Oji-san as well. It's only Sunny to hold on to that full combo out the intro.
Yup, and accuracy is favoring Philippines as well as Suzuha finds another miss and a second one to boot. 98.8 from them as they fall out to 99%. And it is Sunny holding the torch for the Philippines.
Yeah, accuracy well in favor of the Philippines for now. But a long map, so Suzuha has a lot of opportunity to be able to come back from it. But not if he misses again and again.
Oh, no.
Philippines gonna start bringing their score lead a little bit out in front. It's gonna hit 10,000 points.
And Butanic will reset their combo as well. Japan are finding this map quite tricky right off the gate. Just a quarter of the map in, and the Philippines, they don't really have much issues.
Philippines crushing it right now. Both of their players with the highest accuracies in the lobby, beating out Butanic and Suzuha. Oji-san does find a miss, but it's going to be traded out by both of the Japanese players.
Wow. And Zanyu will finally fall, but Suzuha finds a couple more chain misses. So this lead still holding on to the Philippines side by 19,000 points. Suzuha will extend that to 20,000.
They're really struggling with the combo aspect. Suzuha is down to 98.5 now. This is a like full percent lead for Teams Philippines, it feels like, and both of the Japanese players still struggling. 28,000 points is such a massive, comfortable lead for Philippines.
And another miss from Suzuha. This might spell This might actually spell tiebreaker from this point onwards if Japan are struggling this much.
It's not getting any easier for Japan, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. But this also leaves the avenue open for Philippines to miss.
We'll point out Butanic's accuracy is very high up there alongside Kura there. Both of them finding the miss. Sani finding a miss as well. That's going to benefit Japan a little bit, but it's going to take a lot more than just those.
Yeah, Japan need the energy of 1,000 suns to pull this lead back. Sani will find a couple of drops, a couple of combo breaks. This lead will shrink. It won't shrink enough, but that's a start. Butanic will find some drops, as is Sani and OG Sun as well. There we go. This is what Japan are looking for. This is what Japan are seeking out. Multiple misses from the Philippines. Suzuha still holding on to very good substantial combo. And Butanic, they have to hold on. Suzuha trades in with OG-san. Butanic will finally drop though. And Sani, the only substantial combo left in this lobby. The lead has shrunk, but it is not shrinking fast enough for Japan.
There's still some time left, but ultimately all these misses are being traded, and trades are just benefiting Philippines so much. Suzuha finding another miss. The accuracy lead still in favor of Philippines as Butanic finds another one. And this lead,
it might be destiny.
Not looking like it's going to shrink fast enough as we're into this last section.
We might need another map to separate these two teams. Suzuha just not finding any comfort in these LNs. And this might spell the end of regulation and into one deciding map for the Philippines and Japan. For history to be made, Japan will have to wait one more because we are going to a tiebreaker between the Philippines and Japan for a spot on the podium of this year's 7K World Cup.
Oh my god, tiebreaker hype.
Bring on a cybernetic superluminal apocalyptic post-war divination.
Absolute mouthful that one is.
That is a mouthful.
This is a good look for the Philippines. The EX pick is not that much easier than the tiebreaker at all. Very comparable in difficulty overall. And Philippines were crushing that as far as the combo is concerned.
The EX pick from the Philippines not betraying them. And they are now rewarded with another EX pick basically.
Yeah, the EX of all EX picks, 5 minutes long.
This is, oh boy, I mean like most of these players have pretty much played every single map in this lobby. And to top it off with this, you gotta feel like these players' stamina, they are probably in the gutter right now.
Absolutely. I mean, you can shout out to Kura actually being the one to play every single pick so far in the match. Butanic being swapped out for only one. And Suzuha and Sani, you know, being swapped out a couple times each. But yeah, as you said, these players have been playing a whole lot. And especially after that absolute marathon of a EX pick, they have to be kind of wearing out towards the end of this one.
5 more minutes to decide this. Whether or not Philippines will make it a three-peat of podiums or if Japan can secure the first one in 7K World Cup history. It all lies on this. It all lies on basically these 4 players on your screen. I don't think we'll see any swaps.
Absolutely. This is now going to come down to, I think, can Suzuha keep up with Sani? Because we've seen Ojisan and Butanic have just gone blow for blow throughout almost this entire match. They have been the players to really put up those exceptional scores.
It is time to lock in. 5 minutes. Let's see if we can create some history today. A very LN heavy start.
Well, Butanic is not enjoying that.
Yeah.
97% out the gate.
Yeah, Philippines definitely LN favored, as you can see right now, but crucially Japan not finding misses, so we go into some rice.
Yeah, I guess the good thing is for Japan relative on this one is there's a lot of rice-only sections in this map compared to EX3, and Sani does find a miss, traded by Suzuha, so it's still going to be in favor of Philippines, but this accuracy is getting a little bit closer over time.
Sani finds another miss. And some
Suza's-
accuracy is dropping, yeah.
Suza dropped down below 98% actually, not finding that very comfortable at all. Gonna need to try and build that up again to match Sunny.
Some very abrasive LN bursts and some jacks with some sweeps. So that all players doing relatively okay. The lead actually somewhat shrinking from the Philippine side as Japan are trying to find ways to recover. But LNs, here we go. This might be a death sentence for the Japan side, but Sani will find a miss and a second one as well.
Oh,
The
this
lead
lead
has
is
sliced
gone.
in half. This lead's gone. It's completely gone. It will now flicker. And it's
Oh.
anyone's game.
Don't do this on the tiebreaker. 3 players
Oh,
finding the miss.
no.
Only Suzuha to hold on. Accuracy drops from the side of Philippines, and now Japan actually ahead in the accuracy.
Oh no, but pretending and Suzuha will find misses. Ultra pull from Suzuha, another one at that end. The lead bleeds red.
Accuracy
Sani, oh.
tied. Oh no, Sani finding multiple misses. Japan now take a 2,000 point lead. But it doesn't seem like either team is capable of extending this past 2,000 points.
And we're going back to some L-lens. Sani finds a miss right beforehand. But this is where Philippines need to capitalize. But Japan are slowly tugging this lead towards them. And Sani finds another miss. Japan, these L-lens sweeps doing nothing to them.
This accuracy is slowly bleeding as well from Sani down to 98.4. Suzuha now in the lead as far as accuracy is concerned, but does find another miss there.
Now we have a slow VPF section of these very tricky Rise and L-len hybrid patterns as all but Suzuha drop.
Yeah, a couple misses there from Butanic. Overall, pretty even, but Sani finds another one at the end. This is going to be 10,000 points in favor of Japan, just about.
Oh no! Butanic and Sani, they both trade. It won't be 10,000 just yet. Not yet. It might if Philippines find another drop, but Japan are losing grip on this lead as Suzuha finally drops. And Suzuha drops again. This lead has been sliced in half again.
The accuracy difference is not even real
Oh.
right now. Sani finds another miss.
Oh
All
my
three
gosh.
is on that bottom right.
Once
miss
again,
there. It's
The
only
7K
Kura.
The 7K World Cup champion of 2 years in the past, OG Sun, doing all they can to take this lead away from Japan's fingertips, but Sani will neutralize that and OG Sun falls. So Japan have the combo advantage. Suzuha will find a couple misses themselves. It's just Butanic. It is just Butanic holding on.
How volatile this score is at the bottom here. It's going left and right. So much between 4,000, 10,000. I don't even know
We
what the
have to
point lead
breathe.
is now.
We have no idea and we need to breathe. These players need to breathe. We have roughly a minute. We have a minute to decide this. It has been absolutely nothing between these two teams and we only got about 60 seconds to decide some history. Oh, Slide, let's go.
Oh, but you know how crazy the last patterns are of this map. Don't tell me
Yeah.
it's going to come down to the last few seconds.
It might.
Oh no, 3,000 points only for Japan. This is within 1 miss difference, and Sani is the
Oh.
one to find the first one.
And here we go. Ki section, Suzuha will find a miss. Butanic holding on to 2.5k combo. Their counterpart OG-san doing better than them though, as both Japan players will drop. Both Japan players finding misses, and this lead
Japan
actually better than
collapse.
Philippines!
Philippines is in the lead.
Sani will actually find a miss though. It might go better to Japan, but Japan will find double misses again. It is just OG-san holding on to substantial combo, holding on to this lead, holding on to a grand finals win. But Philippines will just give it up. They might give it up to Japan as Sani finds a miss. Trades in Suzuha, pretending misses again. How much time is there left in this map? Sani will find another miss. Japan might have just done a little bit more than the Philippines had. We have had a whirlwind of a match, an absolute thunderstorm. Now let's try the end. We go to Japan. We will go to the Philippines. History will be made, but it will be made in the form of East Asian pride. Philippines, 3 times in a row, they will secure the top 3 by 101 points on the tiebreaker. It's Japanese heartbreak. It is Philippines victory and a grand finals weekend for the Philippines of another MVP performance from the 2023 World Cup champion Kura to save them for the umpteenth time.
Absolutely speechless. That last LN pattern, as funny as it is, was the complete
Oh my
undoing
God.
of Japan. And you cannot get
Oh,
any
no.
closer than that.
That is so heartbreaking for Japan. Genuinely, they had the lead 5 seconds away from the end. They were 5 seconds away from history, but they are now resigned to another top 4 finish as they are defeated in the hands of Philippines. Philippines, they will advance to the grand finals weekend. And if you thought that was a banger of a match, I am very happy to announce that we are not done with this weekend, because in 17 minutes, you have about 17 minutes to catch your breath, because we have South Korea and China.
Oh my god.
I
I don't have
need-
enough time to calm down from that one.
I need some time to like walk around my room after that.
Oh
That
man.
has to be the best match I've casted in my life. I'm gonna be honest. There have been many matches I've casted over 4 years, but I don't think that's one that has made me lose my voice in the way that it has done today.
Hats
What?
off to both of those teams. My god, I think
What a
both of them
clash.
deserved that podium finish, but unfortunately only one of them could. And now, yeah, we don't have that much time left either. South Korea versus China up next. The winners finals between the seed number 1 and the seed number 2. We're going to be seeing absolute fireworks on that match as well. So make sure...
Yeah, make sure to come back in 15 minutes. But also, if you want to support all of the players, all of the staff of this tournament after what you've just witnessed, a magnitude 9.7 on the Richter scale probably of a match, you can do so by buying banners, buying the team banners off the OS store. You can support your favorite team, you can support the team that you think would win the entire 7K World Cup. You might think that Philippines might go all the way and win it again just like 2 years ago, or it could be South Korea or China. And if you take the banner of the winning team of this World Cup, you'll be able to hold on to it for the rest of the year.
Go check those out, go stack them on your profile as well, and go take a bit of a break, a bit of a breather, because you're gonna need all of that focus again in 14 minutes when we're back for this winners finals. So we're gonna take a little break, and we'll see you very soon.
It never worked out fine. I watched it fall away.
Hello, and welcome back to the Osimania 7K World Cup 2025. I am one of your commentators, Certain Knight Sergio85, and alongside with me, returning to the booth after one of the craziest matches in OSU World Cup history outright, Potassium F.
That was not an understatement whatsoever. That was kind of insane, and I might be spending half of this match also recovering from that one. But it is also going to be an exciting one. South Korea versus China, seed number 1 versus seed number 2. Both of these teams have been kind of crushing their way to get here into this winners bracket final. Both of them, of course, guaranteed top 3. They're both in the podium, straight up. But whoever wins this match is going to be secured top 2 in that grand finals match. The loser is going to go down to the losers bracket to face the Philippines.
Indeed, and then in addition to what you mentioned, the winner of this match also obtains a twice-to-beat advantage in the grand finals match next weekend. Team South Korea entered this match after defeating Japan last weekend. Team China, on the other hand, came here winning against Team Philippines in honestly two really amazing two matches that we saw amazing scores on for both fronts. I mean, South Korea, Japan almost went to tiebreaker. China, Philippines, well, only one chart away from a tiebreaker.
Yeah,
I guess maybe
this
maybe
top
are
four
we gonna
just
be
this top four just kind of seems cracked. Just in general, we have an extremely high level for all of these players in these teams, and I'm looking for these players to put on the same level of performance that we saw just before, if not better, being from the winners bracket. The oh wait, okay, no, I was just gonna say. I actually was thinking, like, what if South Korea protects EX3? Because that would be the biggest power move in the history of protects, I think. But China does ban that one out. Yeah.
Yeah, EX3 is out. I think I saw China also protecting LN1.
Yes.
So that's the inverse chart being protected. Pretty expected for one of the strongest LN teams in the entire roster.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw them defeat the other noodle team of the World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just like such a strong LN team China is. They're kind of like LN1, LN4 specialists. Like, that is where they really shine and get these absolutely ridiculous team scores. So South Korea is going to ban LN4, no question. If it was always going to be one of those maps that South Korea bans. LN1 is the protect, so LN4 is the ban. And yeah, it looks like South Korea probably going to be wanting to pick towards that rice pool, maybe even towards EX1. I would expect might be the very first pick for them.
Well, let's see what the strategies are going to be here. I mean, I mentioned, like, there are some teams that tend to usually pick the harder stuff early in the match. Like, at least EX1, EX2 are like the stuff that would still belong in that spectrum. EX3 is just something else.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be, whoa, a tech pick first. Very interesting first pick coming out of South Korea. One of the least straightforward of all, and the shortest map. I think one of the shortest maps in the pool by far. So this is going to be one where we might be seeing some point swings back and forth if teams are making some early mistakes in this match.
Well, I think South Korea is going to be banking on the inconsistencies coming from China. I would think this is mostly reliant on their second player. I think Turks, you'd expect them to be able to keep up with the Rice. I think, like, pretty sure Turks is China's best Rice player as of now.
Turks is also China's kind of scaling monster on their side as well. Turks does get extremely good as the tournament progresses, especially into these hard ones. He is the player that can hold on to the combo, but on the other side, you have Dressurf. Like, my god, in a finals to grand finals pool, Dressurf is like the last name that you would want to be seeing on the opposing team. He is the player that can take over these matches. And I mean, paired up with players like YZ and Kalkai, South Korea is, you would say, the best scaling team in the entire tournament. That's why they are seed number 1.
Indeed. Also, I think we might have missed it in commentary, but just to mention, South Korea protected EX1.
Oh, okay. That is a very good protect, honestly, by them.
Yeah.
AF does find a very early miss into this one. And Turk's actually off to a pretty rough start for the accuracy, down below 99%, so going to need to spend a while building that act back up.
And honestly, like, this early on, a few more misses coming from AF. And honestly, like, if South Korea already leads a chart by around this margin, in a Rice chart, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to catch up. But we're seeing a few inconsistencies here come from YZ, but the lead, it's actually not decreasing despite all of it.
Yeah, look at the act differences. Right now, AF is holding 98.4, while both of the South Koreans are in that mid-99s. Turks managing to kind of keep up the accuracy a little bit, matching YZ's score, but Dressurf is completely unmatched, still holding that full combo.
Yeah, Dressurf has been holding on to the combo very well. YZ finding yet another drop, but it's not really affecting the lead here for South Korea. They're actually gaining a few more points as we see China drop a bit more accuracy before we enter this break section. Like the final quarter of this chart, though, well, everything just becomes pretty crazy. Like this is an extremely technical chart.
And even though it is so short, 40,000 points is very safe. At least it feels like that for South Korea. They still hold their accuracies. Dresser has some bizarre score right now. If we're going to see it to completion.
Surely now, like, regardless if it's a full combo or not, like a 99.5, 99.6% accuracy on this chart is
986k,
crazy.
I think that was. 10 200s on the tech pick as well is not what you would expect coming out of anyone else. Just generally, this accuracy from South Korea, despite the 4 misses from YZ, is just too much for China to come back from. This is 1-0. South Korea confidently winning on their own pick, and they're off to a good start.
Now for Team China, Satori immediately coming in for AF, so this is definitely them going to be picking what? LN1 most likely.
Yeah, just straight away, I would say, if they want. I mean, Satori coming in is definitely a very telling sign. You're expecting one of these LN picks to come out for sure.
But surely they have to go for LN1, I would think, because again, it's their safest point.
I mean, okay, I wouldn't use the word safe, but definitely their best opportunity there. The one that China is the best at relatively.
Fair enough. I just don't think that right now, I don't think this is the time you pick LN2, LN3, or EX2. Like, not yet. Go for LN... Oh no, they're going for LN2.
Going for LN2, yeah. They want to save that LN1. Perhaps get a bit of the more of a coin flip map out of the way early to save your most comfortable pick till later on into the match might be the idea. But this one is very risky as well. Of course, South Korea good at every map. China also should be very strong at this one, having Satori in here as well. So it's going to come down really to the individual misses in this one, because I expect both teams to be comfortable enough to be able to. They have the skill to get the full combos, but it's just on the day whether or not you do find that unfortunate miss here or there.
Okay, Van Wilder coming in for Turks, and actually I forgot that Van Wilder should be able to play this.
This is an interesting combination. I'm always so interested seeing. I saw this combination last week as well, Satori and Van Wilder. 2 players that in my head I know they're LN players, but I never expect to see play together because they have such different LN abilities, right? Like Satori is that accuracy LN player, Van Wilder is the combo LN player.
Yeah, I think with Van Wilder really coming into these matches, like it's just a sign that the pool is difficult enough for them to be, that anchor player once we get to stuff like this.
I think the issue is I remember I saw some 980k scores from the other match here. If South Korea can pull off similar scores, Van Wilder is going to need to step it up in terms of the accuracy.
Yeah, that's the only hard part here. So far, so good though, accuracy-wise. But now that we enter these harder patterns, Dresser finding the first drop of South Korea in this chart. Team China will be picking up a almost 3,000 point lead for the meantime. You have to pay attention to Van Wilder's accuracy here for the most part. If they're able to keep up, Van Wilder finds a miss though. Like,
Still
it's
ahead
enough
of Dresser though.
Yeah.
Van Wilder's accuracy is very high, 99.5, and it's just YZ making the difference right now. This is all of the 1,000 point lead to South Korea.
Yeah, like the miss was pretty much enough for South Korea to pick up the lead, and like they have this similar advantage as what China had over the past few moments, but still well within manageable means here for Team China. Now here we come to this LN break section.
Not a break.
In both ways.
We call
this an LN break section.
LN combo break section, for sure.
But seems like there's no combo breaks though, with these reverse shields. The lead is still super close. This is barely any advantage.
Yeah, 1 miss difference, 2,000 points only. This could swing back in a matter of seconds. And we're into this last dense section of the map now. Misses should start coming in now or never.
No one has found any of these misses. No, like that full island section, everyone just went through that fine. Like barely anyone barely dropping accuracy. If any 100 accuracy is gone. Satori's combo is gone though. We still have YZ and Dresser holding on to pretty sizable combos, and this will just mean South Korea will be. This just means South Korea will be building their lead. But there's a miss coming from Dresser.
Big
I'm
miss.
not sure if this is enough. I'm not sure if this is enough.
Not enough by itself, but
now that's
YZ fighting a miss as well, but Satori does trade it out. It's going to be safe in favor of South Korea. And I was holding my breath for a minute there because YZ's accuracy is ridiculous. That's 99.7. I don't think we've seen a 99.7 on anything other than the Jack pick.
Yeah, that's the Bulls this week, but YZ. What consistency. Also, Van Wilder missing out on the full combo by way of an Ellen break. I just noticed like 0 misses coming from them.
Yeah, very unfortunate there, but just slipping out of China's fingers there. South Korea managing to take an early break point, and they have their Rice pick still up. They have their Extreme 1. That is still there, the EX1 pick.
Now, for South Korea, like, I think this is for the most part, just continue with what you have in mind, like this exhausting Rice pool.
What else
We have
could they
EX1 in there as well.
Rice 1. No, South Korea can pick Rice 1 as well.
Yeah, Rice 1. 2 and 6 are a bit in the... Oh no, they're going EX1.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, EX1, Rice 1, kind of along the same lines of the Rice 4 that we saw, the technical picks. They want to really drag China outside their comfort zone. They're saying, you know, South Korea, they're the team that has the better physicality. They're the team that has the better comfort when it reaches the more difficult maps. So they're picking the least comfortable, difficult maps there are. EX1 being one of those for sure.
I was about to mention, like, Rice 2 and Rice 6 might be something that China should be able to play. Like, be able to keep up with South Korea. So I don't think that Rice 2, Rice 6 must be picked this early. Like, just get the safer options out of the way, and then just see what happens later on.
I think that's a
But
good
as
idea.
it stands, like yeah. But with South Korea actually getting a point on the LNs, on the more physical LNs, EX2 might be on the cards here for South Korea, despite how close LN2 ended.
Yeah, I think, like, for China, the easier maps might end up being closer because you saw, you know, it was flickering back and forth with South Korea finding the early misses in the previous map. If China does manage to hold on to their combos, they can win it off of just a couple of mistakes from the other side. But as the maps get harder and harder, it is very possible that, you know, misses don't matter anymore because you have that accuracy advantage.
Now, we're just gonna have to see who performs well on this monstrosity of a chart.
I mean, I know China do have the physicality to keep up with this one as well. Like, Turks and AF, they are both, like, top 50 in terms of the ranking for very good reason. Turks has been a mainstay in the Chinese team, made multiple top 50s because of his own performance as well in these late game matches.
Yeah, Turks isn't just like an amazing player for these kinds of charts. Like, Turks is also one of the best Rice charters in the game. Like, Turks just knows what they're doing. Like, there's a reason why they could chart stuff like this, like really hard stuff, because they can definitely play them.
Okay, just waiting for all of the players to get synced up here, and we're all in now. Long one, this one, at 3 minutes long, and it's going to have quite a few different sections playing with different types of Rice patterns. The Rice mixed pick, you would say.
Ridiculous accuracy early on already for South Korea, but YZ finding a few 200s, dropping them to 99.4. This will keep the start close for the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to the misses, though. Accuracy is not going to matter so much because we don't expect to see really any full combos here. We are going to be seeing misses at some point. The only matter is when and from which team will they come.
Everyone
Here we
so
go.
far so good though. Everyone doing the sweeps pretty well.
Oh,
But
Turks
now
with the
Turks.
first miss there, drops down to 99.2. Still not too far behind in the accuracy, but South Korea starting to pull ahead now.
Yeah, YZ has gained enough accuracy to put them just on par with Dresser. AF also has worse accuracy than their South
Oh,
Korean
that was a
counterparts, but
big drop.
that's a big one.
That was
That was a big
0.3%
one.
accuracy right away. You saw that score lead just shrink. And now it's very close between the two teams.
And I think that was like an entire chord being missed from YZ, but AF trading it, make that two. And the full team brings it from Team China. Puts the lead immediately to 20,000 points. You saw how that lead drop, now hit spiked.
Yeah, those
And the
mini
pattern.
jacks absolutely shredded China there, dropping all the way down. AF still struggling down to 98.6. Both the South Koreans above 99%. Dress Surf on the 99.5 still.
Yeah, that sequence wasn't what China was needing, at least if they want to score their first point. But as it says, like, what are these combos? Like Dresser, I don't think. I still think this is a full combo, right?
I'm not saying anything. I say nothing. I do
Oh,
not
we have to-
speak of that name. But the other players now building their combo back up as we're getting into the last intense section of the map towards the end here. 36,000 points. It seems like an absolute dominant lead right now. AF finding another miss towards the end here.
And Turks and YZ finding a trade, and that will just help South Korea gain more of this lead. This advantage that they have is so big now. Any misses, like, I would think South Korea would need like to miss like this entire section as it is.
My god, this is why you're scared of Dress Surf. He 986 on the EX pick. EX won the hardest rice map of this entire pool, and he's just treating it like it's easy.
Best ratio, best combo. Look at the 200 count.
Yeah, dominant
He's a
200 count. I mean,
dresser.
really strong 200 counts on YZ and Turks as well. But obviously the misses going, the lack of misses, I should say, going a massive way there for Korea. And China now, they need to get one on the board. They're going to go with their Protect. LN1, the inverse pick now.
That's Sayuri07's in the chat, please. Anyways, Team China Satori coming in. I presume Van Wilder might be going in for this one as well. Yeah, this is like what scares me really is that while we all know that South Korea can definitely perform on the rice, like this pick is well within South Korea's territory of like playing territory. I think like that's the thing with this. That's the thing with these difficult pools now.
Yeah, that's the thing with China. The kind of China's struggle right now is that no matter what they pick, there is nothing that they can really pick that will throw Korea off of their comfort zone. There is no such thing as an uncomfortable map for South Korea when it comes to these picks. They are just that good into the late game. It's more about China finding their own comfort, and this is their comfort map. This should be the one that they should win, if anything.
Yeah, and they need to sharpshoot here as well, because South Korea will not be giving them any breathing room. So far, so good though. Like this part, you just need to try gain as much accuracy as you can, because once you enter like the broken inverted streams at the chorus of the song, that's what I think the misses will be coming in.
And misses can be so messy in patterns like that as well. But right now, 1,000 points, so both even between the two teams. It is going to come down to any combo combo breaks when we do see them. Here we go into the first chorus.
And here comes a broken strings. Van Wilder missing on a reverse shield. Give South Korea a bit more breathing room now. But YZ manages to find a trade. It's also the South Korea's best accuracy as well. But look at the advantage. Like, it did not drop that much. Well,
Yeah,
now
no,
that me to do it.
Yes,
No, it
second
doesn't.
miss might be enough. It's kind of flickering back over, but it's not really a lead for either team right now. The accuracy's still in favor of South Korea, despite Satori having the highest accuracy in the lobby. One full combo each to each team.
Yeah, I think this is reliant on who recovers on their misses a bit more. This is extremely close. YZ and Van Wilder.
Bit of an act drop there for Dresser.
That misses, yeah. That act drop will be helping China a bit, but Van Wilder has recovered their accuracy just enough to a point to keep this within 1,000 points.
Oh my god,
YZ
300
might want
points.
to, yeah. I think this is pretty much like who carries the best accuracy at the end. A single miss from any of these two full combos will also change the dynamic here.
Change the dynamic. It's going to massively flip the score either way. Van Wilder gets quite a few 200s on these sweeps right now, but maintains the combo importantly. Still just 1,000 points in favor of South Korea. Few 200s from South Korea there as well. And it's still 3-digit point gap.
Yeah, how is this still within 1,000 points? Now China with a very slight lead. But again, this is not safe at all. Like, this is
YZ.
no either way. YZ gets a drop, but the lead is still within manageable levels
What
for
is it,
South
only
Korea.
1,000 points? One drop was only worth
Dresser.
1,000. Dresser drops the full
Dresser.
combo. 5,000 now for China, the biggest lead we've seen anyone have in this map so far. And it's towards the end of the map now. China need to hold on if they want to guarantee their first point. Dresser finding another drop there. Van Wilder trading.
One more substantial combo left for Team China. Only a few moments left. This is now Team China, like a few moments away from scoring the first point in this match. They just need to take this home now.
Hold on, these patterns are not easy though.
Close.
And oh my god, Satori with the full combo, the only one, and the highest accuracy as well at that.
99.5, 29,200s.
And this is why China protected it. Such a strong team score. Despite South Korea holding close the entire way.
And now, this is why we mentioned that China are LN1, LN4 specialists. Like, this team score should be enough evidence to say why.
Oh, absolutely. They were just comboing the entire second half of the map as hard as those patterns got. While South Korea found those misses here and there, they have that ability in them. And now they're putting one on the board. They're back in this match. This is where they're going to need to start coming back from this point deficit, because remember, South Korea is still one breakpoint up.
Yeah, like, while the score advantage, the advantage is still on South Korea's favor, like especially with how the pool is set up. Like, China is well within striking distance. Like, a single breakpoint will definitely change how things will be seen. And now here comes another daily reminder about ET Blocko.
You know, I kind of like this pick, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, because think about South Korea, where they've been winning on so far in their own picks. It's been, I mean, yeah, sure, the harder rise patterns, but it's also been in the accuracy. And this pick, 4 minutes long, over 4 minutes long, with the number of notes in this one. If you don't have at least accuracy parity, your combo does not matter. The other team can miss like 10 times, and if you're not at least keeping up with the accuracy, you will not win that one. And that's what South Korea is relying on here. If South Korea wins the accuracy battle, it won't matter if they miss a few times.
Now, let's see how that theory holds. Especially in a pick where, like, yeah, sure, it's called LN consistency. But it's just one thing to be able to maintain the accuracy. Like, being able to pull through with it is another, like, easier said than done. And
Yeah, but
now
oh-
we see YZ finding a pretty uncharacteristic drop here. Like, but the accuracy is still really high.
Yeah, look, we're going to see this point being made very quickly here because look at these accuracies right now. Dressurf and YZ, the two highest accuracies in the lobby. And if this continues on, that one miss is going to be rendered completely obsolete over time.
Yeah, this is a pretty long pick. And it will be help as well if China finds some accuracy drops throughout this entire chart. Everyone getting through the sweeps just fine. And YZ should also start gaining some accuracy as well. Like, I haven't seen a few 200s. Well, there's one. And then
there's a
finds a
miss.
drop.
One miss
Now the-
apiece, but you can see now accuracy favoring South Korea, 2,000 points in their favor.
And you already see the lead has been increasing quickly. A few more drops coming from AF, and now South Korea, I'd say, are gonna start commanding this chart to their favor.
Yeah, Turks is doing a really good job right now keeping up with YZ's accuracy, so Turks beating out that score, but AF falling a little bit behind with those few misses, and Dressurf is doing some Dressurf things, 99.82 with the full combo.
And the mini jack has tripped AF once again. It's a miracle. It's surprising we still have two full combos here.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, China or not really liking mini jacks in general between this one and Rice 4 earlier. Finding a lot of breaks on those ones. And we'll see now 15,000 points in the lead for South Korea. They have this combo, have not missed since that first miss from YZ, 400 notes into the map.
This is crazy.
Dressurf's ratio, I think, is like 1 to 12 or something ridiculous like that. I'm just
Yeah.
throwing that out there right now.
Have we seen a 200 coming from Dresser?
Yes, he has 200. That's why I'm saying he's gotten 200s, but he's still on 99.83.
Okay, there's one. Like, I didn't notice a green tick on their score meter until now.
No, they definitely did have some earlier. They dropped from 99.85 to 99.81. I was watching, but my
There you go.
god.
Still two full combos, one for each side of your screen. And right now, YZ has practically recovered there. Dresser's
there's a
full
miss.
combo now is gone, but it's not going to be changing the advantage South Korea has for now. Like, it's not going to be enough. AF manages to trade. Like, you need a breakdown coming from YZ here to help reduce this lead. Another miss coming from AF a few moments ago will be helping South Korea stretch things a bit more.
It's so hard to come back from 25,000
Yeah.
points. AF still missing, but even if he didn't miss, the amount that it takes to come back from 25,000 points is just too much. YZ finding a miss finally there, but you can see score lead not dented, growing still.
Yeah, and that's pretty much South Korea's 4th point.
I need to look at this ratio.
Um,
This is 99.8
okay, let's see.
with multiple 200s and a miss. This is
This has to be like 112?
better
113?
to 110. I think that's just like 1 to 10 or something.
Okay, let's see.
Oh,
1 is to 10.
Oh, that's
Oh.
gross. Half the 300 count of the Chinese players, and I mean the Chinese players have some excellent ratio themselves. Shout out to Turks for the
Yeah.
only full combo in the lobby, but ultimately not enough to beat a 991 from Dressurf.
That is nuts. Like, honestly, this is a Korjak score.
This is a really high like team performance. Looking at Dressurf, YZ, and Turks, this lobby is just kind of out of control. AF, that score would fit right into any other team in the tournament, but unfortunately, they're faced against South Korea today.
Yeah, like the ratio game from Dresser this World Cup has been insane. Like, they've been holding to that since the very beginning of this World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to see that in a map like this. Like, really, at this stage of the tournament, you should not really need to care about your ratio that much. Like, this is the stage where really, if you hold combo, you will win. but Dresser going that extra mile.
Yeah, like combo, like surviving, like being able to get through the entire chart in one piece is already the game really here. Like this, what separates the Plutonians from the Martians, doing the ET analogy here, is the accuracy really.
And here we go, the, I guess, second last LN pick of the pool here, but the last LN pick of the regular section, that is. So LN3, the more consistency-based one coming out for China.
Yeah, countering the consistency-based rice pick of the previous one. Also, this is one of the 3 OSU originals we have for this map pool. Cutting Edge, Insane Artifact by Marmalade Butcher. Interestingly enough, for Turks and Van Wilder as a duo, I think the reason might be Turks might be just more comfortable with these faster LN charts. Like LN1 and LN4 are considerably slower than this one.
I think Satori, as good as they are, it's like more of the physicality difference. At least from what I've seen in previous years from China. Turks is that player that you can rely on to be able to combo through and play pretty much anything when it comes to difficulty. And Van Wilder also one of those players that you expect to scale very well into harder maps as well. Satori having the accuracy, but in this case, maybe you would want to focus more on the combo to try and capitalize if any of misses from South Korea. And a
And
long
now-
one here.
Yeah, like combo game for the most part. Actually, similar theory to what we had from Rice 5. Better accuracy, won't be able to neutralize any of the misses. Turks finding one, we're gonna see that theory at work again. Dresser manages to trade. It's a pretty sizable act drop as well, like dropping 2 full tents.
YZ as well.
And YZ. Yeah, YZ is gonna be helping China now.
Yeah, China in a bit of a lead early on with that accuracy advantage as well. At the same time, Turks does find a little slider break there, but it's a fairly clean one. 1,000 points, even less now as YZ trades it though.
And that was one heck of a trade, but this lead is still well within 1,500 points, 2,000 points.
Oh my god, they
And
keep
now here
trading.
comes the trade.
Oh my god, they're keeping this one close, less than 1,000 points, but China looking like they very slightly have that accuracy lead still. Or maybe not, it might be flickering. It might be the same actually.
Yeah, we're looking at 99.5 average accuracies for both teams, but that pretty sizable drop from Van Wilder, dropping them to 99.3, puts the lead in South Korea's favor. And this is the biggest lead we've seen this entire chart.
Yeah, 4,000 points. Not much of a lead. Not very safe for South Korea, but they do have one at the very least. China now going to hope to hold on to their combos, try and hope for a mistake from South Korea because it's going to grow over time as long as this accuracy lead stays in their favor. The Koreans managing to get up to 99.62 for both of them.
It's just really a matter of who holds on to their combos at the second half of this chart. Like, yeah, sure, this is a consistency pick, but the patterns are going to be a bit harder. The reverse shields here in this section, everyone has to be pretty wary here. Misses could easily come from this pattern.
Yeah, these are absolutely brutal. Like having to play almost like full inverse, but also worrying about these release timings and everyone going through it fine until Turks finds a bit of a drop towards the end. Not a big accuracy drop though, still with the highest accuracy in the lobby. So it's not going to increase the score lead that much. And YZ finding the miss.
Yeah, that sweeping, that double sweeping LN's not helping them. Dresser also finds a drop, but Turks manages to trade it. Pretty clean trade though. Not much accuracy drop from both of these players.
Oh, it's still
Now
close.
the sizable combo coming from Van Wilder is gone.
Yeah, big drop from Van Wilder. That's going to give South Korea back the lead. It's still in touching distance, but China's going to have to hope for something quickly to happen from South Korea because we're very quickly approaching the end of the chart. Van Wilder finding another miss. Turks missing as well. Now the lead from South Korea is going to get really big.
Yeah, that faulty reset coming from China a few moments ago will just help South Korea gain more of this lead. Like, China needs a massive breakdown now from both Dresser and YZ if they want to score this point. There's one from Dresser, but that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like all they've gotten out of South Korea is just these individual misses. Oh, there's a big collapse. 3 players missing, and that benefits South Korea in the end. They are going to win another break point, 5-1 now.
Oh my gosh, insane ratio they're coming from YZ.
YZ seems to be the player for these LN picks, really crushing it on these so far.
So now if you're South Korea, what are you going to be picking? Like,
I would pick Rice 1.
Rice 1?
Yeah, I mean, just straight up, I think Rice 1 fits what they've been winning on so far. It works out for them. I mean, they're not going to pick, like, Rice 3, for example. I think that's a bit too risky for them.
Yeah.
Rice 2 and Rice 6 maybe is a bit too comfortable for Team China. Like, those patterns, you don't want to give China any kind of comfort. So I reckon Rice 1 would be their best shot. The hybrids also they could look towards, but I don't think you want to be picking Hybrid 2 into an LN proficient team like China is.
Yeah, hybrids are pretty risky for South Korea, I think. Okay, so now we're gonna see Nightmare Invitation. They're avoiding Rice 1 for now.
We are going to get another one of these Osu original songs though.
A pretty fun one by Abimayo.
Yeah, very dense chord stream. Lots of bracket patterns involving, and 195, this is the BPM of the fast chord stream picks a couple rounds ago.
Yeah. Now China has to sharpshoot on this chart. Like, they have to sharpshoot their ratio. Because if South Korea is picking this, I'm pretty sure South Korea is thinking like their accuracy should be very good. Like, good enough to beat China, who I presume is going to be pretty comfortable with this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, South Korea definitely you would expect to have good accuracy, good ratio on something like this, but when the patterns, well, when the timing at least, the snaps are very simple and straightforward, China can definitely keep up close enough so that South Korea, I don't think they can afford too many mistakes on this one, despite them being the ones to pick it.
Now, time to see some intense bracketing action here on this winner's bracket match. And you were already seeing two 99.9s here from South Korea. Like, the only 99.7 from AF, making this pretty small difference as we enter now this super dense portion of the start.
Well, AF actually dropping accuracy quite a lot, down to 99.4. That's going to extend this lead. South Korea has managed to maintain their 99.9s for now.
Yeah, these big chords not really phasing them that much. Turks as well, just well within a 10 of both South Korean accuracies here. But AF needs to make the difference, but that's a pretty big miss coming from YZ. That's 2 full tenths. That will help reduce the lead here for South Korea.
And yeah, you can see what I mean here. One miss was enough to completely negate this accuracy difference right now. Less than 1,000 points now in favor of South Korea, despite a large accuracy difference. And one more of those misses and China are definitely in the lead.
What I'm noticing right now, South Korea is gaining a bit. Like, it's slow, but they're gaining, but that gain is undone. YZ, that's a big drop. 99.67 for them now. Team China has the lead.
But accuracy is still in favor of South Korea. China are going to need to get their accuracies back up. AF in particular needs that accuracy to raise if they want to keep this one, or else it's going to go right back to South Korea. YZ still on 99.7, still beating out AF's accuracy despite the 2 misses.
And now the lead, well, yeah, sure, it's flickering, like we're still practically tied, but now, as YZ has been recovering their accuracy, the lead is back in the South Korean side of your screen.
Oh,
And AF fights a drop, that's not gonna be helping them.
China needed those full combos to stay intact. 7,000 points. You can see how much that meant to China's lead. And now it is just going to grow, balloon up towards the end of the map. And I don't understand that score. 996. That
252
Ooh.
misses.
Wait, that's the highest score we've seen.
Yeah.
That beats out Rain Lily's Rise 3, I think, from yesterday.
Yeah. That
The
is
score
crazy.
V1 double S from Dressurf. Turks again with the full
Yep.
combo as well. Only 5 200s there, but team scores, accuracies in favor of South Korea.
That is crazy. Imagine beating a Cord Jack score with a Cord Stream pick. 996. Well, unless if South Korea picks Rise 3, which as it stands, we might not be able to see. Considering that
unless-
South Korea is in match point now.
Yeah, match point. China now have the next pick. Do they go? They're going with hybrid too. Okay, they're going with more of the technical hybrid. One that does have quite a few of these LN patterns that can be tricky, that they might be favored on, but of course also it is a hybrid, so they are going to need to try and navigate the Rise patterns as well, which South Korea have been so dominant on.
Yeah, this might be China's last-ditch effort to extend this one by a bit more. Like we've seen crazy stuff happen this weekend. I mean, not even an hour ago. We've seen some crazy stuff. Team China has the capability of doing that, but they gotta start here. Now, here comes one of the hardest starts in the regular pool. Not including the EX in the regular pool, obviously.
Yeah, very tricky hybrid this one is. We've seen a lot of misses happening from everyone, and we're going to be seeing Crusher coming in as well, Dressurf taking a break. But don't forget about the other players on South Korea. They haven't had a switch out yet, but all four of those players are very, very capable.
Yep. I mean, there's also Kalkai in the background, though I presume that they might be sitting this one out due to some keyboard issues. If for those who were not following Mania 7K news over the past few weekends.
Keyboard issues definitely can be
Yeah.
fatal when your single misses we've seen decide a lot of these points in the past few matches. But good start for both teams in this one early on, especially for YZ, who holds that 99.88.
But still well within striking distance for Team China here. Like, Crusher's accuracy is already the lowest in this lobby. And now that's the first miss. Team China has a pretty slight lead, but they need to maintain these combos. YZ finding a drop as well. And now China has to pull ahead. They have to pull that score advantage more and more, but that miss coming from Turks is not going to be helping them.
Score is... the accuracy is basically tied between the two teams. Turks finds it on this. That gives it over to South Korea, but less than 1,000 points still. So it's either way. Crusher does find a miss as well, all the way down below 99%.
That is not exactly an accuracy that you want in this pick. Like, considering that both of your opponents have 99s, but the accuracy difference is making this extremely close.
Oh, and those shields really messed up Crusher there as well. Dropping more accuracy down as well. It's only 4,000 points though. Feels like it should be more for China, but the accuracy from YZ is really pulling this score back.
Yeah, the YZ's accuracy is keeping this close, but the misses coming from Crusher is that's helping Team China. Like, both Chinese players have pretty much stabilized Van Wilder. On the other hand, like, pretty sizable combo. Like, right now, they just need to pull pull the score lead. But they still have this chart remaining. This is a pretty long pick. And now here comes the crazy LNs. Everyone doing very
I
well.
can't believe everyone hit those. That was perfect from all 4 players. No accuracy drops even to speak of there.
Yeah. And it was not even the friendliest transition to those score jacks as well. And everyone just nailed it.
Yeah, but this is getting close still. 5,000 points is not a safe lead. Especially with this much of the map remaining, still anything could happen.
Crusher has gained back 99%. And they have been slowly gaining. And Van Wilder finding a miss is going to be helping South Korea pull this... tighten this lead.
Oh, but it didn't change that much. That was a very clean miss. So only 4,000 points in favor of China. Still just 1 or 2 misses apart from being South Korea's point, but China managing to hold on so far through the last patterns.
This quarter of the chart is going to be pretty vital here for Team China. So far, so good for them though with these combos. But a miss coming from South Korea will be definitely helping them. That's
Messy
not
miss
a miss.
from Van Wilder.
That's not the thing that you want to miss though.
1,000 points only. This is so close. South Korea might be able to pull this back from accuracy, but no, it looks like the accuracy might be in favor of China by a little bit here.
Yeah. This is extremely close, but the lead is still... Actually, the lead is increasing a bit, and there you go.
Yeah.
Team China scores point number 2.
They get their second point. YZ, that was a 1 slider break at the start of the map. 986k. These are such scary individual scores. But China holding on. They managed to win their second point. They just need 5 more in a row if they want to come back.
Yeah,
easier said than done. Yeah.
Now, if you're Team South Korea, I don't think Rise 6... Actually, Rise 6 might be an option.
I mean, they could. Rice 1, Rice 6.
Rise 1.
I know what I want them to pick. I know what I want. I want them to pick Rice 3, but they won't. Rice 3 is, I think, the worst Rice pick for them to pick, but I like seeing funny ratios.
Oh, let's see what happens here. Well, there you go, Rice 1. We're going into the unknown.
I would say
Not
this is the best pick for South Korea that is remaining here. The one that is going to be very uncomfortable, you have to imagine, for some of the players on China.
Yeah. That artist name is such a classic. Also, this song is not related to a certain winter-themed movie. I don't know if anyone will get the reference.
I'm trying to think really hard right now. Yeah. I am unaware. That's all I'll say. 2 minutes long though, so this one's
an old movie though.
Maybe I just need to watch more movies, huh? Anyway, this one, 2 minutes long. Single misses are going to matter quite a lot. But I suspect we might be seeing more than single misses coming out here, though. This is a very hard one.
Yeah, like, this is not a pick where you'd expect some accuracy, I think. Like, full-on delay streams. Like, this is the cross of, like, a delay stream and a full-on dump. Like, the vocals here are charted as streams. Like, just to give you an idea what a dump is.
And these snappings are just, like, crazy fast as well with the patterning. And we can already see a bit of an accuracy lead for South Korea, somehow managing 99.7 on both of their players.
Yeah, we're seeing everyone carry themselves pretty well on what is effectively 280, 290 BPM streaming. AF finding a drop to below 99%. And this lead is already pretty sizable. Again, this is a really short pick.
already 17,000 points as both of the players in South Korea with a full combo. AF finding another miss. Turks also with a full combo on Team China. That's helping them out, but it's not looking to be enough by itself.
Yeah, we're seeing really, really intense scores here from three of these four players. YZ finding a drop.
Big slip
big
there
one.
from YZ. Yeah, bigger accuracy drop coming with that down to 99.4, but still beating out AF and AF finding repeated misses once again. This lead has not been dented enough. And what are you gonna do from a 99.72?
Yeah, like that's a really commanding lead now for Team China, for Team South Korea. My bad. Like we're still seeing 2 full combos. Make that one. That's unfortunate.
Only the one full combo, 990k for Dressurf is gonna put this match to bed. 7-2. China with a good shot in there with a few of those maps, but South Korea showing why they're the #1 seed. They're locked in. Grand Finals match, top 2 for the Koreans. And China, they're gonna have to be sent down to face the Philippines, who just won their match earlier today.
What is that ratio from Dressurf? What is that full combo? And honestly, South Korea is just going to be one heck of a team to face in the hardest pool of this World Cup next weekend, as they always have been. It will definitely take something special from the other two teams in the top 3 to do something to dent this extremely strong team that you're seeing right now. And that also confirms our top 3.
Yeah, top 3 going to be South Korea, China, and the Philippines. In some order, yet to be determined, is going to be decided next week in the Grand Finals match. So make sure you stay tuned for that one next week.
Well, what else do we have to take note of? Well, for what may be the... Actually, no, it's not going to be the last time I'm going to be saying this. Maybe the penultimate time. The OC Mania 7K World Cup 2025 team support banners are still up on the OC store if you want to support the teams. Your country, your favorite player's country, doesn't really matter. You can buy multiples of them. Buy multiple banners. If you want to make your profile long, please do so. If you want, like, you can buy multiples of the same country, multiple countries' banners. It doesn't really matter. If you just want to make it an inconvenience to scope your profile, sure, do so. The money that goes into these prizes will be helping the prize pool for the Osu Mania 7K World Cup. And if you happen to buy the winning team's banner, it will stay on your profile until the next edition of MWC 7K.
Okay, but that is going to be the second last of these streams that we'll have this week, of course. There is one more stream to be had. That is going to be the Grand Finals Map Pool Showcase, but we are going to have to wait a bit until that one. That's going to be in about 3.5 hours, I believe, at 16 UTC. So make sure you're back for that one. Going to be an exciting one for sure, as it always is. And we will have to see how hard those map pools get, because I'm definitely interested, especially with the EX pool in the mix.
Oh, I tell you, it's spicy. Like, I've seen some of it. I've seen some of the picks, and let's just say that the players are up for it. I just hope that the players are up for the challenge, and I'm pretty sure they will be.
Well, make sure you stay tuned for that one then. 16 UTC, but that is going to conclude the matches for this week. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.